Either one. Either one.
No one think about it.
We're very protective about our pastries.
You think that's funny, huh? See, Garrett is showing his true color. He's a chocolate guy.
Okay, I am starting the meeting.
Hello, we're being recorded. Good morning.
Everyone.
Welcome to the October.
It says recording in progress, and then we start. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Recording in progress.
October 20th, 2022. Good morning, all. Can you call the roll, please?
Chair Hirsch,
Here. Late.
Vice Chair Baltai,
Present.
Board Member Thompson,
Present.
Board Member Kent,
Present.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Present.
We have a quorum.
So are there any speakers today to speak on other items that are not on the agenda today?
Chair, we need to take the adoption of the resolution authorizing teleconferencing. That's
Okay,
our
I'll do
first
that
item.
first. Hold on a second. Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of the public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via computer or smartphone will be accepted through Zoom app. To address the board, go to Zoom US//join. Meeting ID is 965-618-91491. When you wish to speak, click on raise hand. To offer comments using the regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on the agenda item, hit 9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. Can we call the roll?
I think we already did the roll.
Yeah, we've already done that. We have to do this. Yeah, going ahead here. Are there any call to order?
No, adoption of the resolution.
Adoption of the resolution. Do I hear a vote on the resolution?
Doesn't staff reports present something on that?
No, I think we can just do a motion.
We can do that by motion.
I move that we approve that.
I second.
I'd like to speak to my motion. I only support doing these meetings as long as it's a declared state of emergency.
And I'd like to say that I don't care if it's a state of an emergency. We're here to be hybrid forever.
And I would just like to say that I love that this happens every time. And I'll just say a third that council will weigh in on this.
Thank you.
Okay,
We need to,
but
but
I think there should be a little discussion about it. Why not?
I think council is certainly going to have some discussion, I think potentially around February timeframe. They may be calling an end to the state of emergency. However, then they'll be talking about, what hybrid looks like in the future. And also they'll talk about, board members. Do board members always need to be here? Or could they attend via teleconference? The same with the public. I would hope they would keep the public version, but they would talk about, board members if they need to physically be here or not. And I think there'll be some limiter on how many times you could be hybrid.
So you're saying this is really a board action and not something that we should discuss in general?
It is really, it should be starting with the council, yes. ARB can certainly.
A council member, a council issue, not, excuse me.
It really is a council issue. I think this resolution is just for the next month, but council will talk about the longer term.
Okay. So agenda.
Oh yeah,
Can
we need
vote
to.
on it?
Yeah, we need to
Second
vote.
it. All right, take a vote.
Yeah, so we need a motion on the resolution.
It's been moved and seconded.
By Baltai and Thompson.
Okay, and then we'll take a vote.
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Mhm. Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we can move on to agenda. Jody, changes, any additions, deletions?
No changes at this time.
Um, So,
Do we skip over or do we do oral?
No, we're
communication?
doing, next, we're city official report.
Okay.
yep, city official reports. So that in the middle of ARB meeting schedule, attendance, record, tentative future addenda items, and recent submitted projects.
Yes, so excuse me, Medina's going to get that on the screen right now. So we have, so good morning. My name is Jody Gerhart, Manager of Current Planning. Forgot to do that part. This is our yearly calendar. So we're just showing, what meetings were canceled, who is going to be absent. Looks like Board Member Rosenberg has some absences coming up in the near future. So we'll keep that in mind. Just we need to make sure we have a quorum of 3 or more. And if we go down on that, there should be a page in the middle. Yeah, there we go. So November 3rd hearing, we will be discussing the Mercedes dealership, the proposed Mercedes dealership at 1700 Embarcadero. It'll be their second formal. And then we also are potentially hearing about 3001 El Camino Real. I believe that's been changed up a little bit. Let me look at my software. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to hear 3001 next time. I think what we are going to hear is there actually will be probably some more conversation about hybrid if council has their discussion before then. And there's also potentially, we could have more of a discussion about the Fry's site. And I think we'll talk about that at the end of the hearing today. That's the last item that we have for today. So we'll see how that continues on. And then the third portion of this is you see the list of pending projects. So the list of pending projects, I have tried to add to this. I've added some older projects that were not on the list before. I've also sort of the first sentence on the right-hand column, I've tried to add some notes about maybe whether the project had a prelim already, the pre-screenings, if it's been heard by council, that sort of thing. So,
Yeah.
So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Through the chair, could I ask a question?
Yes. Go for it.
Jody, I see a project at 739 Sutter Avenue. I recall doing a preliminary review on that. Are you able to bring us a status report on that at our next meeting, please? I'd like to know in more detail what's really going on with that project.
739 Sutter,
Yes,
page 15.
it was a fairly large building in the middle of a residential neighborhood behind Safeway off Middlefield Avenue. And I'd like to keep an eye on what the proposal is on that.
Yeah, it looks like the formal's pending right now, but I'll get you some more details next time.
Thank you very much.
Like a clarification on something, has the Fry site been an official application to the city?
So, yeah, we can discuss at the end of the hearing today. But yes, the Fry site actually has 2 applications on file, or 2 sets of applications. They have their initial townhouse proposal, and then they have their new townhouse proposal that's part of the development agreement.
Discuss later. I was wondering if maybe, I guess you could read everything on the work description, but sometimes it might be easier to do some kind of an abbreviation that says residential or commercial or, up front right at the beginning, just so that you could know what typology we're talking about, what use we're talking about, could improve this list. Okay. So otherwise, again, thank you for doing this list. It is really, really a good thing for us in general to know. And going forward, I can see it even being more useful than just a reference. Okay, so where are we here in our agenda? Okay, so I guess we're up to public first item. Let's see, where are we?
Item 3.
Item 3, yeah, okay. Getting there. 3300 El Camino Real, new office building, second formal, public hearing, quasi judicial. 3300 El Camino Real, recommendation on the application request to approve major architectural review to allow the construction of a new 2-story, 50,355 square foot office R&D project with 40% surface parking, 60% below grade. Proposal includes 2517 square feet of amenity space, environmental assessment pending. Yes, and the zoning district is in RP, Research Park. For more information, contact Garrett Souls. Take it away, Garrett Souls.
Good morning,
Disclosures. Chair, do we want to do disclosures?
We want to disclose things.
Okay, yes, let's do. Has anybody anything to disclose?
I visited the site yesterday and also watched the video from last meeting.
Good, very good. Thank you.
I visited the site.
Okay,
I visited the site earlier this week.
Visited the site earlier this week and I drive past it daily.
I visited their site as well. Okay, so Garrett, now we can do it.
Good morning, ARB. My name is Garrett. I'm the project planner for this application at 3300 El Camino Real. Just one quick clarification on the project description. The environmental assessment is not pending. We do have a mitigated negative declaration that is in circulation currently, and that is included in reference by the project plans attachment in this that responds then to or brings individuals who access it through that attachment to the project webpage where we have all the environmental documents there. So this project is a new 2-story office building. There's about 50,355 square feet. This is on an existing, currently vacant parking lot site adjacent to the now Rivian building at 607 Hanson Avenue, Hanson Way. This is a 2.89 acre site, about 125,888 square feet in size. The applicant is proposing to incorporate a amenity space into the building, which will be about 2,517 square feet. And the adjacent uses are the Rivian site, as I mentioned before, the Creekside Inn, Cibo Restaurant and Bar and Grill, and El Camino and Hanson separated the property from other adjacent uses. As the chair noted, the majority of this parking will be proposed underground. About 40% will be remaining on site, above ground or at grade. With the project proposal, there are 40 trees that exist on the parcel, 21 are proposed to be removed. And of these 21, there'll be a replacement of 76 new trees on the site, which is included in the landscape drawings and the plans. As I noted before, this application has a mitigated negative declaration. These mitigation measures, which are incorporated as conditions of approval in the document, will also reduce any impacts to less than significant. The ARB noted in the April 7th meeting the following comments, and the applicant had provided a response to those comments, which are also incorporated into the staff report. The comments that the ARB provided were to incorporate an outdoor plaza either near the corner of the property at Hanson and El Camino or near the corner of the building to support a pedestrian experience. The ARB had also noted to, on the El Camino facade, to reconsider potentially bringing the exterior W feature that you see on the cover page of the building outside of the building, to potentially consider additional treatment in that space to try and make that area, that wraparound corner there, a little bit more visually interesting. Additionally, they had asked the applicant to incorporate ventilation and operable windows into the building design They'd also asked about how that interior ceiling will end up being designed or built, given that the building will be consisting of a significant amount of glazing. How visible that will be is something that the ARB wanted to get a little bit more information about. And then lastly, they wanted the applicant to explore adding retail at the ground floor level. As you can see here, the applicant had provided notes as well as in the staff report with their responses of, trying to incorporate changes into the plan in addition to, expressing their interest on their thoughts on the comments and feedback that they had received from the ARB. So as it relates to the first item, you can see at the corner of Hanson and El Camino, the applicant did also incorporate additional changes there to expand a pedestrian space, establish more benches and create more of a platform to some extent for individuals to be able to occupy that space. Additionally, closer towards SIBO and the Creekside Inn, they had incorporated, I'll show that screen here too. They had incorporated, you can see here, this is kind of the previous drawing, and here is the new one. So along this corner that you see here, this is where they previously had some landscaping proposed, and you can see that they've expanded that area now. Similarly, over along this area that you see, that's closer again, like I said, to Creekside Inn, this now has been expanded to create more of an active area for individuals to enter the space. So you can see these are kind of the visual images that represent that corner space at Hanson and El Camino. And then this is the area that's closest to the Creekside Inn and SIBO. That again, that area has been expanded so that it's actually creating a bit more of a visual attractive point, right, for the eye as well as pedestrians coming across to engage it in the more pedestrian oriented scale. The applicant also had incorporated as a part of their initial submittal a rooftop deck on the second floor of the building, where their design approach there was to encourage individuals to go to the outside of the building and also engage at the ground floor as well, the exterior of the space, rather than trying to keep them, box them into a glass building, right? And so one of the things, sorry, apologize. One of the things that they had noted was that by incorporating any sort of operable windows, it does compromise to some extent the HVAC systems that they do incorporate into their buildings. They did also, I believe, if I remember correctly, they do have a mechanical engineer who can kind of talk to that a little bit if there are questions on that from the ARB. But they felt that it would be challenging to incorporate operable windows in this building, so they had not incorporated that in this design. As it related, they did study the concept of bringing the W frame, the wood framing inside the building, outside of the building, and identified that in doing so, that would create some, I think, just some architecturally challenging viewpoints of the building, as well as noting that during the day, the glass ends up being a bit more opaque, so it won't necessarily interfere in terms of that visual experience that you get along that corner of the building. By keeping it inside of it rather than putting it outside. There we go. Where am I? There I am. To the question of incorporating some additional information on the interior ducting, the applicant did provide some additional perspectives into the building in their drawings that will help to explain maybe kind of areas where any sort of mechanical ducting might be able to be proposed. But additionally, those types of items are obviously usually incorporated through the building permit application rather than through kind of a planning application at this point. So they were asking if that item would be communicated to the future tenant, but also something that might be able to be deferred until that building permit application. And then lastly, there were some issues just related to the potential for adding ground floor retail space to this building, which they had noted again in the staff report that there are some existing retail locations along that area that help to engage El Camino Real, not just necessarily at this site, but also the adjacent SIBO Inn, Creekside Inn and SIBO Bar and Grill, as well as the Driftwood Market where they have their deli there. Some of the other issues were just about incorporating an additional conditional use permit process for trying to propose retail in the space, and the challenges that in the last couple of years, many cities have been experiencing with trying to find establishing vibrant retail spaces within their jurisdictions, even in more retail-oriented districts. That they felt that incorporating retail into the space would not necessarily be as successful as building it as an office building. Some other items that I did want to note as part of the submittal is that some of the comments that were provided previously were about making sure that the renderings were updated to be consistent. So previously, one of the notes that the ARB had noted was that one of the comments the ARB had previously noted was that this wraparound bar in the elevation drawings was going to come forward. They did incorporate that into the new drawings, as well as changing this metal panel, this panel material into this Lycian elemental material. So it kind of breaks the element into pieces more than just having large full pieces that you see in this previous design iteration. Additionally, you can see that they do have these fins, these finials kind of along the second floor volume space on the back side of the building, as well as you can see them at the front side of the building as well. These were incorporated in the previous design, but the ARB had some discussions about it, so we wanted to make sure that that was more obvious in this in the conversation we're having today about the project. And staff's recommendation is to approve the application subject to the findings and conditions noted in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Would the applicant like to make a presentation here?
Yes.
Okay, well, you have 10 minutes. If you wouldn't mind, for the record, your name, listing your name and anybody else who speaks as well, and spell the name for the record as well.
Sure.
You have 10 minutes all told.
Good morning. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is James T. Fenn. That's James. Oh, 10 minutes on the clock. Good morning. My name is James T. Fenn. That's JAMESTEFEND. I'm a principal at Form 4 Architecture. With me today, to my left, is Allison Koo with Sandhill Property Company. She's our client. Gary Lehman with the Gazzardo Partnership, landscape architect. Online, we have Brian Unikas with ME Engineers. He's our mechanical engineer. And Antoine Nguyen with BKF for civil engineering. Could I ask you all to vote to make this a permanent venue? Because this is great. Table setting is wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'd like to do a quick recap of the project and then address the concerns and issues that were raised last April. So as Garrett mentioned, the building is a two-story all-electric building with underground parking, 60% of its required amount. The site is an existing parking lot you've all have seen. These are some site context pictures showing the character and the scale of the area. And the neighbors being mainly 1- and 2-story restaurants and hotels. This is a site aerial view looking west to the research park. You can see our context property in yellow. Peter Powell, owner of Sandhill Property Company, wanted this project to be a mass timber building. Saw this as an eco icon for the city and a true gateway to the research park. The site geometry is informed by a very large electrical easement on the left at the corner, so the building had to be pulled back to the south. It's a fully compliant project for the RP zoning, and we're not asking for any DEEs. The design is sensitive to the neighbors, material mass and scale. We stepped the building down into a 1-story building towards the south side to better relate to the hotel. These are site elevation context pictures, the existing at the top, the proposed building in the center. I'd like to mention that if there's one thing that COVID has taught us as architects is that we need to design office buildings to attract people to come back to work. They saw this project as the example to bring in a wonderful park garden experience for its users. This is a view looking down at the second floor. The park is sloped in part for drainage, but also to shield the views from the users to the neighbors for privacy. This is a view looking down from the west. You can see at the ground floor we have 4 exterior plazas for the users to work outside. And mass timber, of course, being very eco-friendly with its reduced carbon and thermal efficiencies. You can see that the building design with its large overhangs on all sides of the building shade the glass. And we have the glass fins on the east and west side to help reduce the effect from the sun. This is the plans, the ground floor at the top, underground parking below. And the upper levels, the high roof for PVs and HVAC enclosure, and then the second floor showing in green the garden. The 2D elevations in greater detail this time to show you the extent and location of the glass fins and all the exterior doors, the stone pattern, and the shading effect of the overhangs. Site sections, again, showing the overhangs on all sides of the building. And this is a view looking down from El Camino. Now, what we did is we made the trees along the street almost invisible, so you can see the plazas that we're providing, and of course the articulation of the skin. This is a view looking north with all the trees on, so you can see what we're doing on the landscape. This is a view looking south. Now you can see the main entry on the right, clearly visible from the street. Again, the V's and the one-story canopy at the entryway denoting this is the front door. We updated the interior renderings. We are showing the lighting intent that we would like. And as Garrett noted that we're not showing an HVAC solution at this time. We rather work with the tenant, whoever that is, to lay out to the ductwork the most appropriate way to minimize it, because we want to express and show the lovely wood structure. Oh, one moment here. And also mentioned that we'll be talking about operable windows at the end of the 10 minutes. Brian Unikas will describe the challenge when you have operable windows, how that affects the interior climate. And again, the building is designed to promote people to work outside. Trash enclosure and transformer we designed to part of the architecture of the building with the pitched roofs and the articulation. These are the building technical sections showing the shading solution that we would like, the Beko shades on the upper level and also the lower level. We've updated and provided new renderings, as Garrett mentioned, to show the proposed articulation along the street. This is a view looking north. You can see the entry off of El Camino on the left, the glass fins, the trellised roof overhang, and the landscaping and art plazas. We did debate whether or not we should add even more articulation on the skin, but we began to feel that it's going to detract from what we're trying to do, which is show off the wood structure. So the glass facade is large in expanse, but we want people to see the wood and enjoy its beauty. The view looking again at the entrance of El Camino. And another view looking south. And we did study, David, the moving of the V columns to be outboard. And we really felt that it was detracting from that front door experience. And we'd like to have the Vs to be reserved just for the entries, the main entry on the north side. We realized that in the morning and the evening, you'll see the Vs clearly through the glass because the light levels are different. So we're proposing not to make any change there. You asked us to think about including a cafe or food element to the project. We felt, talking with Allison, that this would detract from the single user experience that we're trying to bring to the market. That's in demand. And we'd like to note that there was food options all around the property, adjacent to the property. Also, we know that we've exceeded the 120-foot recommendation from the El Camino guidelines for the length of a parking lot against El Camino. But we provided, as discussed last time, more trees and landscaping to shield that. This view shows that and also shows the enlarged art plazas that we have along El Camino. And I'll turn this over to Gary Lehman, who will speak a few words about the landscaping.
Good morning. We appreciated the opportunity to address your comments. We thought they added a lot of value to the project, and we're excited to have this improved plan brought to you today. I think the enhancements, since you saw it last time, really build upon creating a really great pedestrian experience for the public along El Camino and along Hanson. with significant new plantings all along those areas, really reinforcing the existing vegetation that we're proposing to keep in those areas. We've enhanced the plaza areas, so the sense of entry into the building. I think that diagram has been clarified, both at the main entrance coming off of El Camino and the pedestrian entrance coming into that secondary space to the south. We've been able to work with the water district to create a compatible planting landscape design. We'll continue to do that. We have a lot of great habitat that we've been able to create here. Significant shading, a lot of sustainability goals, not just met, but exceeded. Bicycle parking, public art, just a lot of really great amenities to the space. It really makes this, I think, a real standout project. So we're very excited to be able to bring this to you now.
You have 1 minute and 39 seconds. So anything else?
I think we're good. We beat on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, for the fins on the elevation, can you clarify what the material or color is?
Sure. It's laminated clear glass. We'll have a little small frit pattern.
Do we know what color the frit is?
It'll be a kind of a milk white dot frit.
Like an even dot frit?
Yes, yes.
And the fins only occur on that bottom sort of lower elevation part?
On the east side, it's the 1-story part of the building. On the west side, it's the entire length.
The west side. Sorry, I'm just gonna pull up the elevation just to be. It's a little.
You can see on the middle image, it's all along the west side on the first level, right? That's really where you need it for the western sun.
That's based on a study.
That is correct.
Based on daylighting?
Yes.
Or
No, that and the sun, and it just affects. I think in the set we included some shade diagrams.
perhaps you did. Yes, it's a big set. So
It's
A118.
yes.
I don't see it down at the ground level.
Actually, A117 shows like blue.
They're all the same kind of fins across the whole way.
The design of the fin is the same. Yes.
And then this dark brown metal material, is that the shading element on El Camino?
There's a rooftop trellis I can show on the renderings here. You can see on the left. That'll be that color.
Sorry.
And any metal, like on the trash enclosure, basically any metal on the trash enclosure and the trim on the building will be that color when you see the brown. The wood piece is that represents the mass timber color that we're going to strive for.
So sorry, does the wood happen on the east elevation that goes across that part that we asked you to kind of take across the shear wall? Yeah. Is it the fascia?
So the this trim element here,
Mhm.
that's metal.
That's this metal,
Yes.
right?
And then the fascia for the roof overhangs also is metal, so that's brown. And the rest is wood. The underside of the roof is wood. That's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. And at the shear wall, is there any depth that will happen when that piece comes across?
Yes, at this point location, when the
Mhm.
ledge passes by, there'll be like less than a foot, a little bit less than a foot of shelf condition.
Condition? Yeah. Okay. So those are my questions for now. I may have more later. Go ahead.
Yes.
I have a few questions. So a follow-up question for the glass bins. On the section you show there is a light shelf at the bottom of the glass bin. Does it also happen on the east side?
It's only on the west side, and that also is to help control the daylighting.
I see. So it's just the metal, the perforated metal panel there, or the light shelf?
The light shelf is metal.
Okay. And also I'd like to clarify the function. So you open the southeast corner, you created a outdoor plaza and also the entrance from that from El Camino.
Yes,
So I wanted to know if the space will be open to public or is just for the building occupant?
it is open to public.
Oh, okay. But so may I know the function of it? Because you mentioned it will not be any retail for these buildings, but it's still open to the public.
Sure, we have the art plazas along El Camino, that's open to the public.
Uh-huh.
The entrance off of El Camino to the building is open to the public, and it's large enough to have outdoor seating for office users and whoever.
I see. Thank you. And also for the garage entrance, I felt it is not common to have both the primary building entrance and the garage entrance both on the same short elevation, short facade. So have you considered to other locations for the garage entrance? Because currently it seems like it's only 40 feet away from the garage entrance to the primary building, which is kind of close to each other.
Right. Due to the nature of the site, because it's rectangular, long and skinny, with our traffic engineer, we determined that was the best location for it. We did not want to have it on the south side near the easement, the landscape easement, just for aesthetics. We thought it was better to have it within the parking lot itself. There is an entrance off of El Camino on the north side, so people can pull in and then go straight into the garage. So we felt that was the best spot for circulation and traffic.
Okay. Have you ever considered like shift the garage, the ramp down towards the living building and then make it kind of like turn 90-degree around and then have the entrance, the opening actually facing south, facing west?
The plan here. So we didn't have we don't have the site geometry to allow that to happen. You can see we're very close from that property line. So that would make a skinnier building. And again, we felt logical that the entrance would be on the north side to maximize the building footprint and use the building.
I see. Another question about the materials for the low wall. So you show the ledge stone for some of the low wall where the seating happens. And also on one of the rendering, you show it will be the tile material used for the signage. Is it correct?
Let me bring up that slide, Gary. This is your stacked stone wall image on the lower left. This is the retaining wall for the plaza.
The rendering of the main entrance, it seems like the material you use here for the signage, it will be the tile material or it will be the ledge stone as well?
The purpose of having that image there is really just kind of, it's just kind of, it's a placeholder. Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Right.
So it's not necessarily the actual signage that's going to be proposed. That would be coming forward with, a future tenant interest. So
That's right.
Gotcha. Another question is on the landscape plan on the second floor. You show there will be downlights along the wall on second floor. So I want to know if the downlight will only happen on the west side or it's all the way around the building?
We have it on the west side.
Okay. So might know why?
Well, on the east side, it's not necessary because it's not lighting up anything. And we know there's always complaints about lights and neighbors, so we try to minimize that as much as we possibly can.
Okay,
Yes.
so it only happened on the second floor
That's right.
facing
That's right.
west. Okay, that's all my question for now. Thank you.
In regards to the large W-shaped timbers at the front facades. So on the cover sheet, we see these sort of, and this is sort of a nitpicky detail, so I apologize, just I'm looking for clarification. On the cover sheet, we see that there is sort of an exposed metal bracket, right? The timber, the wood portion ends short. When you flip over to that rendering, and I get it that this is a rendering for signage on A2.02, they're showing the wood sort of going all the way to the roof and all the way to the floor.
Right.
Which one's accurate?
This image here, the wood connects to the structure with a metal embed.
Metal embed.
Yeah,
So
the
there's a
signage-
gap. The
Right.
signage one's inaccurate.
It was not updated.
Perfect. Okay. Nope, that's fine. Just want to make sure. In terms of the mechanical system, so you guys have spent a lot of time and effort making this really beautiful wood ceiling. And I am a little bit concerned that without having some type of basic planning for where that mechanical system is going to go, someone's going to come in and just
That's right.
throw those ducts up anywhere.
That's
And-
right. I would be fired by Peter Powell if I messed up his wood ceiling, because
Yeah.
that's what this is all about. So Sandhill is going to make it a requirement for whatever tenant signs up for this building. If I'm not the architect, they will make it the requirement that they have to work with me to lay out the ductwork.
Okay.
We would just be guessing where they
Okay.
need the HAC to connect to.
Sure.
And as I said, I do not want to mess up that underside of that second floor. It's
No.
quite nice.
Yeah, I was going to say it's beautiful underside of ceiling. So I completely respect the design decision. Just wanted to express my concern. Sort of on that same note, it's interesting that the mechanical has not been laid out yet, but at the same time, the mechanical is being used as a reason that you cannot have operable windows.
That's right.
So it feels like it's a little bit in conflict there. Either the mechanical is decided and you cannot use operable windows, or the mechanical is undecided and maybe you could use operable windows. So it feels like that argument, those two arguments are a little bit in conflict with each other. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
I have my mechanical engineer online. He can speak a few words about how it conflicts with the HVAC system.
Sure.
But I will tell you that in the park, I have done many buildings with operable windows, and they're just not used anymore. VMware is an example of that. It just fools with your climate control.
Sure.
People leave them on, they forget to close them,
Yes.
and people fight. One wants one open, one wants it closed. So it's a landlord issue, operator issue. But Brian, please describe the challenges when we have operable windows, please.
Yeah, hi, everybody. I'm Brian Unikas with ME Engineers, mechanical engineer, senior principal. Even though we don't have the final HVAC layout, the general kind of concept of an HVAC system is the same. And it is in that to do an efficient HVAC system, you want to control how you're bringing fresh air into the building. You want to control the environment within the building to make it the most efficient that it could be. And as part of that, you maintain a slightly positive pressure in the building, because one of the things that undermines an HVAC system is uncontrolled outside air finding its way into the building. So you maintain it positive so that you don't have air kind of trying to make its way in uncontrolled. What happens is when you put in operable windows, and James and I, we did the VMware project together, and that's a testament to this, is you open those windows and now you get that uncontrolled outside air, and it starts to fight the HVAC system, because you get air at whatever temperature it might be outside is making its way into the building, hitting the thermostats, and now the HVAC system will either start to cool too much or heat too much, and it starts fighting out what's going on outside. And so basically, it becomes very, very, very inefficient at that point in time. As well, like James said, you also just get the occupants. Somebody wants the window open, somebody wants the window closed. And so at least at the VMware project, I believe they went and just took the operators off the windows, so they didn't have that problem anymore. The other issue there is to combat that problem. Recently, in the last couple code cycles, the California Energy Commission said that, okay, if you open a window, the HVAC system associated with that area now has to turn off. So you kind of double up the problems is that now, so if someone walks over and opens a window, the HVAC system for that area turns off, and you've lost control and you've lost the ability to maintain comfort in that space. So so regardless of at least how the ducts are laid out and all that, it's just kind of a fundamental issue there that operable windows don't do well in commercial buildings.
Thank you for the clarification. I think that's only, and my last question, the stone facade adjustment, was that something that was proposed by the ARB, that you changed the material of that area, or was that something that you guys internally as an office decided on?
No, it was not a material change. We just showed the tile size now,
Okay.
because we had larger pieces shown last time.
Yeah, because last time I would love to see the before and after. So if there's any way to pull up that previous facade rendering.
Garrett, do you have that? I don't have the.
I thought I
before.
saw it in your presentation.
Let me stop sharing.
While we're waiting for that, I missed the answer for
there.
whether the steel pieces will be visible.
They will be.
They will be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So just by comparison, this front rendering shows sort of a tile stone facade, and that one, the previous one, is sort of large, metal,
Larger, more monolithic.
but it's also stone.
Stone. The
okay,
material did not
okay.
change.
For some reason, I was under the impression that it was metal.
No.
Okay,
Stone.
perfect. Thank you.
A question, if I could follow up with the mechanical engineer. You alluded to the fact that when you open the windows, you might have to turn off the HVAC system. I think a lot of us are wondering why that can't be done. It's a two-story building. It's not that large, and you have such a nice garden outside. Is it possible or conceivable that you would just let the fresh air ventilate the building? Would that work?
The issue you have is so it's actually code required that I have to, if you open the windows, I have to turn off the HVAC system. But the issue you have then is that you may be comfortable near the windows, but you have a lot of internal gains and internal loads further into the building, say in conference rooms or whatever. And so now that everything's shut off, you're subject to whatever's going on outside. So,
excuse me, you said that you have to shut off the HVAC system in the area where the windows are open. Surely if you open one window, you shut the entire building down, or just that?
No, you not necessarily shut the entire building down, but it depends on how the HVAC system is designed, is finally laid out and zoned. I'm just throwing out an example. But the issue that you run into is we try to maintain comfort in a kind of a certain box and area of, temperatures. And what happens is if someone say James goes over to a window because he wants to open it up. Now he feels good, but three other people in the space are like, well, now I'm cold because it's cold outside and it's drafty and that's blowing through. So they go over and they want the window closed. And it creates that issue that you're no longer controlling the environment inside the room. It's subject to whatever's going on outside. And so, and not all occupants like that. So that's the issue that you run into. And that's what building operators who have operable windows end up shutting them off and not letting people open them.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on the. Yeah, I have a follow-up on that as well. I would like to respectfully argue that we have the same issue when it's air conditioned anyway. There are multiple times where I have been in an office absolutely freezing because it's set at 65 or 68 degrees internally. And I had a coworker who she would literally sit in a blanket because she was so cold and everyone else in the office is sweating, right? So we, constantly are arguing about the thermostat anyway. So my only point I'm trying to make is that we seem to run into that condition where somebody's unhappy with the temperature, regardless if it's fresh air or HVAC dictated. So for what that's worth.
Yeah, fair enough. That's true.
Sorry, can I also follow up?
I'd like to add a note on that as well. It seems to me that one can create policy in the building as to who opens windows and when. Frankly, I think I might have been the first person on this board that said, good grief, we have such wonderful air here in Palo Alto. Why can't we just open a window? I know there's been so much pushback now from the engineers on this,
right.
But again, I see it as not unreasonable to have operable windows.
Right. If I may, again, that's why we have the outdoor park on the second floor and the ground floor outdoor seating areas to get people to work outside and enjoy the environment. If my client asked me to put operable windows in, what we would have to do, Brian, and you can speak to this, we'd have to provide probably more zones for individual comfort. And the problem is the more zones is the more duct work. And then that's going to detract from that lovely wood ceiling. And again, I'm going to get fired. So that's the challenge.
It's very persuasive.
Sorry, I have a follow-up on that as well.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Speaking of ductwork, so I'm currently also working on a mass timber building, sort of. It's a pursuit, so we don't have it yet. But it seems to me that in order to keep a clean ceiling, you need to use underfloor ventilation. And so I wanted to ask and I understand if you have underfloor ventilation, then you're going to need underfloor air intake, which means that it would interfere with your elevation potentially. And so part of me would like to ask if you've considered, if you're going to do underfloor ventilation, which would be the only way to keep your ceilings clean, more or less. I mean, unless you decide to have certain areas where you do see the ductwork, but then you don't keep your ceilings. Anyway, maybe there's a balance, but have you considered what that does to your elevation?
We actually studied that. That is one of the options we have to cool the building, is to bring the ductwork in from the garage up to the floor. But it's kind of no secret that the neighbor, Rivian, is one of the tenants that Allison's trying to have sign up at the building. And if that's the case, that trucks will be driving in on the first floor, and that doesn't work with a raised access floor. So that's why we don't want to design it in now, because that will prohibit what she's trying to do to attract a tenant. So we'd rather work with that tenant, whoever it is, work with their program, and then bring in the ductwork precisely where it's needed. Like if you can imagine, we have a conference room, a boardroom, right? Well, we would bring in ductwork directly down or up from below, so we can minimize the horizontal run. So we would not raise the floor above the first floor, because that wouldn't affect the elevation. We would just simply drop the podium down further into the ground and bring it up from below. Second floor, we'd have ductwork on the roof level coming down and then into the space.
Yeah, that's
directly where you need it.
yeah. Mhm.
Right. Again, we're trying to protect that wood structure and for maximize its view.
So that would mean that what you're showing at this point for rooftop, the top roof would be different than what is shown now, because you'd be distributing ductwork throughout the top floor.
We may make the roof enclosure a bit larger to do that. But we also know we have to have PVs on that upper roof as well. So we'll have to design that again to the program.
So this is the status of a building that's designed without a tenant, really, basically, huh?
It's a challenge of a jewel box. So you make it so precious that everything has to be scrutinized, and we need a tenant to do that.
Okay, Peter, you want to go on?
Sure. Thank you very much. In our last review, several board members asked to see changes made to the facade along El Camino Real. I wonder if you could just help me compare. I'm looking at the two elevations. It's sheet A111. And just tell me, what changes have you made to the El Camino facade between these two iterations?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Changes are minimal. We thought it would be better to show, why is that not working? The renderings, update the renderings to show better detail. For some reason, I cannot change. Okay, here we go. The renderings, we showed greater detail of the effect of the fins and the trellised roof overhangs and the ledge. Again, we're trying to keep the facade clean so you can see into the building. The changes we did mainly were all on the street, the art plazas, the entrance to the building to be larger plazas.
Okay, thanks.
And then, of course, the stone pattern on the wall.
Okay, because that was my take too, looking at the elevations, is that the
Right.
changes are minimal.
Right.
And then if I could shift to the question about the plazas, can you tell me what changes you made to the plazas, especially the corner over the rounded corner there? When I compare the two site plans, and to my colleagues, I'm looking at sheet L1.1.01.
Sure. We made, starting on the south side, we made the plaza entry into the building wider. We made the front plaza entry a little bit wider, and the corner, we increased the size. And let me
I'm
just
sorry, but when I look at the plan, it looks to be the same size. Maybe I'm just missing something. But I don't see changes to the physical geometry here, and that's what I'm asking you to show us. Please.
Right. We made this exact corner a little bit larger, and then the one on the left as well.
How much larger did you make it?
I don't have the exact number, but Gary, do you recall?
That was the original.
I don't have the square footage, but we did increase the size of the paving area. But probably more importantly, we also added benches in that area to really make it more inviting.
I see. I'm sorry. I'm wondering if you changed the parking layout. I mean, is there physically more space that's not parking in that corner?
The parking did not change.
The parking did not change.
Did not change.
Okay, so that's what I'm looking at the plan here. To my colleagues, I'm happy to pass this around. This is the plan that was submitted to us. So then, thank you for that. To the staff, this project is subject to the South El Camino Real guidelines. 3 of the 4 board members in our meeting last time expressed concerns about complying with those guidelines. I don't see that word mentioned in your staff report. Is there a reason we're ignoring the South Camino Real guidelines in our review?
We did not ignore the South El Camino guidelines in our review. Instead, we actually included an attachment as a part of the staff report that discusses that in particular. And overall, there was not a motion made by the board last time to actually require the applicant to meet that specific 120-foot distance. These guidelines are simply those guidelines. They're not necessarily the same thing as what you have as municipal code requirements. Considering that the previous application, or sorry, the existing site is an open parking lot, the applicant actually has done a fairly decent job of trying to reduce that impact, or obviously reduce what you're experiencing out there today comparatively. I think what they also mentioned was that there is that significant utility line that runs through the parcel. So in terms of how close you really get to that and how much you end up creating, a greater or larger underground parking structure, that wasn't necessarily a requirement made or direction provided by the ARB previously to say, pull, the second floor down further onto that ground floor space, and put more of your parking underground. So I think that's why you don't see necessarily a substantial change relative to that specific issue.
Thank you, Garrett. I found that we had a discussion. There's an 120-foot maximum parking frontage on El Camino, and I thought we'd made it clear that we expected some sort of change on that. And I was just astonished to not see it even mentioned. But I think we'll discuss it further. Thank you. I have no other questions.
I'd like to know what kind of buffer there is at this point between the outdoor, what you call these outdoor plazas on the west side of the building and the existing Rivian parking lot. Especially because if you're really going to use those areas as study areas, outdoor use areas, it doesn't show up on these drawings right now, I don't think.
Yeah, part of what is probably not represented as forcefully because we're trying to show what we're doing on our property is the presence of the existing tree canopy that's along that edge there, which will remain.
Okay.
And so there will be some immediate shading provided in that area. But further than that, we're also introducing shrub material, which will grow up and help to create some more horizontal separation between those spaces and make those areas more intimate, more useful.
Okay, so what's shown as shrubs could be high enough to allow for sort of a sense of what you
sense
call
of
it.
enclosure, yeah,
Sense of
separation,
enclosure, right?
Exactly.
Separation.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that probably shows more on the landscape plan, but yes, the shrub plantings there, and then the trees, existing trees are maintained, but then in addition, there's additional trees placed between those patio areas, which will further supplement sort of an understory planting to the existing higher canopy trees.
Now, sort of speak to my comments that were made the original meeting here about the extension of the roof and the expression of the entry to the building on the front side. I mean, I can understand there's some feedback here, and you did study it, so maybe I'm going to ask you to reinforce your comments on that in some way. Because it seems to me that if you had included a extension of the actual roof the way it is to the parking lot side towards the El Camino and had an outdoor structure, it would emphasize that is the entry to all traffic coming kind of from the south, because at this point it's very much an element that's seen expressed on the building from the north. As you approach the building. I understand we have a tree line issue there too. So is this, what is it that determined that you couldn't extend it where the lobby was in order to express that? Is it that, or is it that the aesthetic of the arrangement of the structure out there, it would have been altered in some way by putting those structures? You do have them inside the building. I understand you've lit them inside so that they'll be important at night, but I'm still kind of concerned that the decision that you have an entry on the side not only disagrees with the El Camino guidelines, but also isn't identifiable specifically from the south.
You're referring to the V columns.
Yeah,
correct.
Outdoor V columns.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. As seen here in the rendering, again, we looked at that. We took your advice and concerns to heart.
Yeah.
By putting that V outside the glass, it kind of makes the corner to be too busy. And again, we want that clarity that when you're on the street, you can look in to see the wood structure. We wanted that glass facade to be very clean. Having the V on the El Camino side, again, that it as seen here, the drama of having it flanking the entry is quite nice. And we just felt that by putting it on the other side on El Camino, it just detracts from that excitement.
Mhm.
It repeats it. It makes it not special. So reserving it for the short ends of the buildings, because on the other side, you do have it as well, pointed over here where there is a back entry. It just establishes this is the entry point. This is where we want you to go. So that's, we just felt, again, we're architects, right? We fall in love with our building designs. We just felt it was the wrong thing to do.
Okay, I accept that. And unless anybody else feels strongly about that.
Can talk about it.
Actually, one of the things that the front rendering doesn't do is show where all the tree line is in front, because you can't see the building if you put the trees there. Unless you did that miraculously kind of transparent tree drawing. But I understand they're there somewhere. Okay.
That is correct.
So David, are we still on questions or?
Yeah, I'm still on questions.
Okay, we've got two
Yeah.
other items, so that's why I'm questioning.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Well, it's a very important project, I think, we should give it its due. I'd just like to speak to the issue that's raised about the El Camino guidelines, because sometimes guidelines need to be adjusted for one reason or another. And it seems to me that this is one case. And I've seen situations on El Camino where I would said, gee whiz, is this really an appropriate way to have an entry into a building, relative to the site? So this site is unique in a way because it's a one-cornered site, and you had a lot of parking to put in here. And it seems to me that given those conditions, that you really distributed the entry, which does kind of raise a question for me. People going south on El Camino can turn into the parking lot, and really they have to circumnavigate the parking lot, don't they, in order to get their car facing at the right direction on the front door. There is no particular drop off for a car that pulls into the El Camino side of the building. It should really go to the intersection and turn the other way into the parking lot. Have you discussed, how that movement happens?
I do want to
I've
just
seen-
clarify, are we still doing questions or are we doing
Yeah, that's
comments
a
at this
question.
point?
How-
Okay,
how
okay,
have they
because
dealt with
I will
that issue?
clarify that there is actually a loading zone along El Camino Real as you front towards the building.
There's a loading.
So if you look on A1.03,
Yeah,
there's a loading area right in front of the entry to the building.
yes, in
Yes,
front of the entry.
yes.
You can see that on the rendering on the screen. So you're right. So southbound drivers can enter right into the project entry. Northbound, however, is across the median. You have to turn around at the intersection. You have to pull into Hanson Way. And once you pull into Hanson Way, you can then turn left into the parking lot, which again, straight shot to the garage. So our traffic engineer, when I sent him these plans, I think he was actually overpaid because he said, this is a no-brainer. This is what you need to do.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
circulation works really nicely that way.
Okay, so your traffic engineer studied that.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
One brief question, if I can piggyback on this really quick, David. Just a clarification question here is that there's a small brown area between the two lanes of traffic. Is that drivable?
No.
That you could cross from? So when you come out of the parking structure, you cannot immediately turn right. You have to go all the way to the end and then sort of take a U-turn.
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
I don't know if I have a site plan to show that, but
Yeah, looking at that A1.03, I'm just sort of curious because if that was sort of a pedestrian path but drivable, that sort of changes the circulation of the parking lot. So I'm just curious what the intent of that small walkway was.
right.
Pedestrian only. So you're looking at A1.02, you can see that crosswalk there, but appears to be possibly drivable. Yeah, that small area right there, Garrett.
Oh, that is drivable.
That is
Yeah,
drivable. So you
sorry.
could immediately, so if you dropped off in
Yes,
that zone, then David,
absolutely.
you could continue to drive forward and then take that left immediately into that parking
Right,
garage.
right,
Okay,
right,
perfect. Thanks for the clarification.
All right.
Beautiful.
I don't think there's any more questions then. Are there? All right, let's bring it back to the board for comments. You want to start, Peter?
So thank you, everybody. And this is certainly a beautifully designed building. It's a building designed to be in the research park and relating to the outdoor environment. And the circulation, I think, works wonderfully with the parking and all of that. It's just not a building designed to be on El Camino. It's not an urban building in Palo Alto. And I think we ignore or we don't follow the guidelines, the South El Camino Real design guidelines at our peril. Those have been established, long established, in order to try to develop an urban boulevard through our town. And this building, I'm sorry to say, is just not contributing to the nature of an urban building. We're looking for buildings that front on the street, that have some relationship and activity to the environment, to what's going on in Palo Alto, that offer amenities back to the community, plazas, shops, things like that. This building statedly is about the occupants. It's for the single purpose of the tenants who are here. The architect has made that point. It's transparent from the design. It's all about the occupants. That's fine in the research park. This is on El Camino. This is the grand urban boulevard of our town. This is the Champs-Élysées of Palo Alto. And yet we ignore that here. This building is not in the least fronting on El Camino as a public urban building. It really isn't. And I think, to my colleagues on the board, we ignore that at our peril. I fully agree that it's a lovely building. It's a beautiful, exemplary piece of architecture. It'll be up for a design award. There's no question. Hats off to the architects. The timber frame, the glass, all of that's really good. It's just in the wrong place. And I so strongly feel that we have to be more cognizant as a board of not just the 5 findings relating to the building, but the first finding regarding following the design standards in our town. One of those says we have to follow the South El Camino Real standards. To get more into the nitty-gritty, that standard requires maximum of 120 linear feet of surface parking frontage on El Camino. This project clearly violates that. There's much more than that frontage. That's the whole reason for the standard, is that you don't want parking lots along El Camino on an urban boulevard. Just think about it. You drive through San Francisco on Market Street, and where they have a parking lot, you think it's blighted. It's just, that's a problem with the environment. You want buildings on the street in an urban area. That's why the guidelines were written that way. I'm at a loss to understand why we should accept that here. There's other choices. We'd suggested making a larger plaza on the street, enhancing the landscaping, putting a cafe on the corner. These are moves that you make as architects and building owners and designers to improve the public amenities, to improve the urban aspect of a building. We're ignoring that here. We've asked them to do it. Nobody seems to be paying attention to that. This 120-foot standard is so clearly expressed in our design guidelines. Finding number 1 we have to make is that the building meets the design guidelines. I'm at a loss as to understand how we can all be thinking this is approvable at this very fundamental level. So I'm really sort of saddened by that fact. And to my colleagues, I really hope we can take that to heart. It's important. Okay. That said, I think there's a number of changes we asked them to make in the previous iterations that we're basically hearing reasons why it can't be done. And to some extent, I buy. Maybe the expressed wood V on the corner is or isn't a good idea. I do think, however, that the El Camino Real elevation hasn't really changed from what we first saw, and I think it could use a little more articulation. What really bothers me is the glass at the entry corner sticks out proud of that masonry element, and I'd like to see it pulled back behind the masonry element so the wood is expressed consistently around the corner. I don't think, to the architect's point, it's a matter of reinforcing the entry. I think it's a matter of being consistent with your design vocabulary. When you have an expressed structure on the exterior on one side of the building and on the interior on another, to me, that's dissonant. It's not consistent. And I'd like to see the corner treated the same either way. I imagine architects could good architects could agree on that point, and I'm more than happy to listen to my colleagues on that one. But it's dismaying to me again to see that we made a clear request to see some more changes or articulation on the facade, and we see nothing come back to us on that. I'd like to go through the list of things we asked to discuss. So the first item was an outdoor plaza or something on the corner of the building. What we saw the architect propose, or the landscape architect, is just enhanced amenities of paving, maybe a few more benches at the corner of Hanson and El Camino. That's not a larger plaza. That's just fleshing out the landscaping, and that would be done either way. I talked about the facade in El Camino. On the ventilation, I think that merits a larger discussion within the board, but my understanding is that on many modern buildings, we want to control the HVAC system. And I think that's often the case, and I've not always been consistently voting that we should have operable windows. However, when you have a building that's in a park, that's what the stated intention is, and I think that's what's happening with all the landscaping on the ground floor and certainly the roof terraces. It's a real shame not to let somebody just open the window and breathe that fresh air, especially in this climate. And I'm sorry, but I just don't fully buy that you can't figure out some way to control a mechanical system so that today is a great example. It's late October, but the sun is out and it's really quite warm outside. And at my office, I fully intend to have that window wide open, and there's just nothing like fresh air, especially if I have a big garden outside. And I just don't buy that you can't design a mechanical system with some sort of controls that turn it on and off. And I think that's also going to be more energy efficient ultimately, or at least as energy efficient. This is not such a large building and such a large environment where you just absolutely have to close off the mechanical, which is, I think, often the case. Other buildings we're going to look at today, that makes more sense. But on this one, when you have such a lovely garden outside, not to open it up, not to let a fly come through, not to just to be able to do that a little bit, it's a real shame. David, I think Ozma's been talking about operable windows as long as I've known her. So she's certainly opened my eyes more and more to this. The same thing on the mechanical system is that I fully understand that you have a tenant yet to come, and the tenant may have different requirements. You also have a building that's so striking and so easily destroyed if you put some kind of drop ceiling inside, which is frankly what we see happen a lot. And I just feel strongly that you just have to come with some solution showing what those ducts on the ceiling, because there's going to be ducts on the ceiling. They're going to come back with some sort of exposed spiral ducting, and we're going to look at it. And that's fine. Show us what it's going to be like, at least in the schematic sense, so we have some sense of control. So it's not just your word that you're going to be, that to the architect, you're going to be controlling this. You're only going to do that as long as the owner keeps paying you, right? And so, the world's big and things change. I'd like to see some design, what that's going to look like. Even if it's schematic and might be adjusted, at least we have an idea of what we've approved. And really, that doesn't apply to every building in Palo Alto, but ones where you so clearly see the ceiling, the glass goes right to that wood ceiling. The wood is such an integral and important part of this design that I think it's reasonable of us just to say we need a mechanical solution that's more designed, even if you don't have a tenant. So again, my real issue with this building is it's a beautiful building in the wrong place. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And I would agree. I mean, the design sort of thinking here is really strong. And I think I agree. It's a beautiful building. I might disagree with my fellow board member. I don't mind its location, truthfully. Part of design guidelines is about keeping the standard of design high on a street. And sometimes, when it's context-based, you have to look at the context and ask yourself, is that the context I want everywhere? Or is there an option to have something more beautiful here? And I'm of the opinion that if I can make my context more beautiful, that's my job here. So I would advocate that this could make our context more beautiful. So in its location, I'm okay. There are a few things I did agree with what Board Member Balte said. We did ask for more articulation on the elevations, and I understand the partie diagram. I understand the desire for the jewel box, for having this beautiful ceiling express itself. But recently, actually, I was able to see some jewel boxes that did have articulation. So it was these all glass facades. And, you kind of started it with the fins on that bottom mass, but there were kind of other ways to kind of make that facade much more engaging and much more interesting than just all glass. Because all glass is dangerous, right? Because it can get dirty, there's lots of things that can happen with it. It's also a big monolithic thing that goes for a while, and you're right, it gets opaque in the daytime, and so that can sort of lose its engagement in some ways, where we want this building to shine day and night, not just at night. And so I appreciate the changes that were made to the sheer wall, and it would have been nice to see more on the elevation. It would have been nice to see more fins, or I saw this one facade that was all glass, but it had these like horizontal, just these like fin projections that just had a beautiful array as you looked through it down the street, because it was also a really long facade. And I think those things will make this engaging on multiple levels. So it's not just this one beautiful shining note, but it's actually all these also smaller moments, which I know that you're doing across the street with these plazas. To really commend that you've made those a little bit better. For the 120 feet of parking, I remember thinking even last time that if there's enough landscape buffer, then that's your engagement, is the landscape. And so if there is something to do to make that better, to make that bigger, so that that's feeling like that's what's the engagement on El Camino, then I think I can make the finding that would meet the design guidelines. As it stands, I don't know that I've seen enough to feel that way right now. So it would be nice to see more of that. So we did talk a ton about ventilation. Yeah, we talked a ton about it. I think in terms of where I stand, it's, we know you need a tenant, and do you need a tenant, and then come back to us or something. But it's the ramifications of having just a duct in a conference room. And then like, I'm thinking, what about the guys that hang out by the side of the wall? What do those guys get? And maybe operable walls would, or operable windows could add more articulation to your facade to make that more beautiful and more engaging and more interesting. Because then, then you'd have that operability. And I understand if you have a lab client, of course, that makes no sense. But moving forward, as we move towards net zero, as we move toward living buildings, these buildings need to function without electricity at some point. Moving forward, like architecture in the future needs to function beautifully without added energy necessarily, unless of course you're doing lab work, right? Unless you're doing something where you need a controlled environment, you can't have flies come in or something, and that argument could be made. So anyway, that's kind of where I stand on the facade. I feel like operable windows would help you out. I understand if the program doesn't allow for it, then I can make the finding that it doesn't allow for it. And yeah, it could be that there's an interim solution, if you do have ceilings. I've always wondered why in mass timber, why don't you just have a drop ceiling that looks like wood? And that could it's fake, it's not actually your structure, but the design intent stays, right? And maybe you get some interesting articulation on your ceiling. Okay, no, but overall, I think this is a really beautiful project, and I would really like to see this in our city. I actually would. I think it'd be beautiful. I just think there are just these things that need work. And so currently, I don't really know where I stand in terms of, could I approve this and have those things go to subcommittee, or would we really want to see this again? So I'll give myself until the rest of this meeting to think about that. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague that this is really a beautiful building. Proportionally, it's really considered, it's very thoughtful, and material-wise, it's well selected. And also, I appreciate the outdoor space, all those sitting pockets that you created to provide more better pedestrian experience along El Camino. And I think considering the zoning is RP zoning, I think it's a perfect location for this type of building because what other building types you can do, what other projects you can do on this lot. It will be still the similar office or research park. It's the zoning. And also considering the 120 feet parking, I think this site is kind of unique because of the utility easement just going pass through. So I think there might be challenge to meet that requirement. And also just look at the site plan. I think it's reasonable to have the building on one side and parking on the other side, and the circulation just worked perfectly. So in that case, I think I have no issue with that one. And also considering the exterior elevation that facing El Camino, I think it looks really good to me. And I can see the horizontal lines you really want to emphasize. So I'm wondering if we really want to add more details to the elevation to create more like vertical elements there. So I think and also considering the whole glass elevations, I think it just works well. It's like it's consistent from south to north. And I don't think it's necessary to bring the wood structure towards the outside, towards the exterior, because it's more consistent this way, or it will be like a left and right separate building. It just looks different. So, but I do agree, and I'm in favor of operable windows. And I think maybe have some upper floor to have some operable windows. Maybe that will add some detail level or some articulations on the elevations. It's still the same material, it's still all glazing, but it might give some different detail levels. And also for the south end, since there is entryway to the building and people can be close to the building, maybe that is where we can add some more details on the elevation, like something either on the glass fin or some detailed treatment at the bottom of the building to make it more human scale and just add some details there. And I know you mentioned there is restriction on the side because of the narrow side. There is really limited things you can do for the garage entrance. However, I still felt there might be some safety issues since it's just too close to the primary building entry. It's only 40 feet away. So I would encourage you to consider maybe just shift the ramp towards the long-term bike storage part, shift it and going down and turn 90 degrees so that you can still, you don't need to make the entire building to be narrow, but maybe cut the corner a little bit back so that you can have the space to have you turn 90 degree down. And yeah, I know it's not that straightforward. It's not like just that simple to go down and then you find your parking. But I think to have more distance from the primary entry will be a better, more pedestrian friendly design to the site. And that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you again for bringing this project to us. I'm on the camp of, I believe this is an absolutely beautiful project. I think it's in the right location. I think it's going to be stunning where it is. I'm of the opinion that I actually appreciate that the sort of V shapes, that W shape on the entrance is exposed while the rest of it is behind the jewel box. I think that's a really interesting play of sort of the in and the out of the building. But that being said, a jewel box, any type of jewel, any type of diamond shines best in the right setting. right? And in this facade, I do think there's really an extensive amount of glass. That one panel, with that vertical element that you guys have changed to tile, that the smaller pattern of tile, I do admit I actually prefer the larger swaths of material. I think that it's much more cohesive with the larger panes of glass. I think adding another, but it is sort of the one and only stripe on this building, where maybe if that material is incorporated someplace else farther down to the single story element, that might provide the articulation that my colleagues are looking for, while really allowing these jewel box moments to shine and really be sort of bookended to some extent. Again, it's not my place to tell you how to design a building. This is obviously gorgeous work. So just my 2 cents on it for what it's worth. In terms of the retail and the plazas, while I appreciate that the plazas have been added along El Camino, and I think they will be successful, I do not think the public will be using them if there's no reason for them to be there. With a single tenant occupancy of a building like this, nobody's going to walk off the bus stop and go, oh, I'm going to hang out at this plaza of this building that's owned by whoever, right? It's you have to have a reason to draw in the public. And that's where I will go back to saying, I think that, again, with the El Camino guidelines, by having something as small as a little cafe, something that the tenants of this building will use, they can go get their cup of coffee, but people from the outside would use as well, right? Having some of that overlap. We're not talking, you don't need a Athleta store in the bottom, right? That's not what we're looking for, but something that would bring the public in, even if it's small, even if it's transient and momentary, but no one's going to use those plazas if they don't have a reason to go into the building in the first place. So with the HVAC concerns, I feel like I'm sort of banging on a drum that's already been beaten to death a little bit here, so I apologize. Again, it's the agreement that it has to be thought out to some extent, whether it's a dropped soffit ceiling running like a spine down the middle of this upper floor. Something has to be planned to some extent, whether the ducting goes between the floor plates and you're using trusses in between, so all of that ducting can be hidden in that floor plate and then comes up from the floor on the upper level and from the ceiling on the lower level, something like that. And while I appreciate the concerns about the operable windows, I do have an operable window right next to my desk in my office. And while it is like a little Joliet style window where it's these little fins and it's like maybe 2 square feet of ventilation, I love it. And I love that I have that capacity to open and close it. So while we discuss operable windows, I can appreciate that the architect's concern might be that we're asking for a whole bunch of them. And I don't think that's the case. I think it's finding the right moments to have those small operable windows, whether there will be a conference room in the corner or a corner office or something. And again, it's hard for you to determine without a tenant. I totally appreciate that. But sort of making the allowance that if this is built out to be an office, that could be a small hopper window, something minimal. So just allowing for the possibility that there could be ventilation in specific moments, I think would be a step in the right direction. Other than that, I can't wait to see this building built. I think the landscape is stunning. You've done a commendable job with that. I think the indoor-outdoor spaces, the attention to detail, the overall geometry, proportions, I'm a big fan. I am. And so I really would like to see this built, but I would also like to see it tenanted with the appropriate tenant, is what I'm trying to say. And that I would really strongly encourage a moment for the public to come in, a moment for the public to use it, and not just have this be a single tenant. While I completely understand and sympathize with your arguments, I think without that, it's really just going to be a jewel box for people to look at from the outside looking in instead of something for them to engage with. So that's my comments for now.
I get left at the end with a little bit of differences of opinions based on other board members' expressions here. I would say there's unanimity on fresh air somehow in the board here, and that I think we really have to say to the engineers that this is a unique kind of environment. I have to say I have a small window in my bedroom. If I didn't have it open at night, I wouldn't be nearly as satisfied as I am in the house I'm living in. And I think there are moments in our in our natural environment here where the outside air is okay to have inside and even commercial buildings like this. And somehow or other, everybody's expressed the need for something like that. Articulation of the exterior wall, it seems that it is in, it is not in, so whether it should be increased or not. But it does seem like there could be some more thought given to it. It's a very, very long facade in reality, and we're looking at it mostly from angled views from what you're showing us. And so these elements of articulation on the face of the building, I think that the fins really work well to do that, and so even though it might not be exactly required for the modulation of the exterior light inside, they are very useful in creating a kind of a texture to the surface. So I think you really ought to consider studying it, and a number of the board members feel that that's worth doing. It doesn't seem like there's many other possibilities for articulating the outside face of the Camino Real portion of the building than the fins, because then you're into something else, and you lose the glass quality. The big issue, is really kind of this issue of the zoning and the site, which are somehow in conflict, I see, with each other, because the transportation is very clear, the parking is very clear. It's a one-sided project that way, and therefore it's uniquely sited to the way in which this building will operate well, to get 100% parking. Otherwise, we discussed it before that you might have to make a bigger, do something with the parking under the building and reserve more of the public area, open area for some other use, and or reduce somehow the actual intended use or maximum use of the square footage that you're allowed on the site. I find that to be a bit of a conflict, except I want to point out that there's a, I don't remember exactly, El Camino Real, a building that is the Vista building, and somebody knows what the, what that, with housing behind it, yeah. And it has a wonderful little cafe off to the side, and it's amazing how many people find their way into that building. You know it well, right? You've eaten there at some point. Okay. So there's something to be said for attracting some people from outside to use the site and become a part of it. You're inviting them to come by your pedestrian amenities already. So it seems like it's a reasonable idea to, and some of the board members, I would say many of the board members here are interested in seeing something like that. And in a way, it's an opportunity for you, because, you might be able to find a way to make a small thing on the site an interesting comparative structure to a big thing, which is your main building. But I really think that you should consider that the street is going to be also a commercial street in other areas. Now, I took a ride through Creekside. It's a wonderful little, and the board discussed this the other day, about a major development which is going to wreck that corner. It's beautiful in Creekside. And so in some way, a connection to the Creekside and the Creekside dining, et cetera, whatever it is there, if Creekside remains what it is now, which is, I hope it does, from what I could see, it's just, have you all been through the Creekside? It's amazing. It's absolutely wonderful little environment all by itself off of El Camino. And in some way, you have this big commercial thing, and then you have this wonderful little, intense little experience in Creekside. Yeah. But the El Camino, what do we do with it? The regulation itself about the dimension of maximum parking? I don't know. I think there is the opportunity on El Camino to have different things happen in different parts of it. You have the big expanse of Stanford, in the big open areas, and then you have the intensity in some areas of commercial structures. And then this one, you have a kind of all of the research park coming down to what is still almost like a park with all those wonderful trees that you've managed to preserve. So I think there's an opportunity to make different expressions on El Camino, and I appreciate this one. It's beautiful. I should probably end right now, but might have something more to say. The issue of the parking entry, I think you've made a distinction at that point with the actual entry to the parking garage back of the entry so that it makes the entry very impressive. And by adding to that entry piece, I think you've improved the front door. I think still, that's my personal opinion, you could bring it around the corner just enough to make a turn, but then it turns the structure the other way. And so I don't know, your decision for that one for sure. I think that's really it from my point of view. I think the landscape is beautifully done, the roof of the landscaping, but you can't forget the idea of what's going to happen inside this building when people move in and you have the conflict with the air conditioning systems, because the building is a pure thing by itself. And then you're going to add something. Maybe that could be done well. And it's something that you're very capable architects and engineers and landscape designers here. I think you have to work it out somehow and not lose the quality of what you have in the inside spaces and the natural feel to the wood ceiling and the wood aspects to the project that are really very natural and wonderful. I'll end with that. So I wanted, more comments?
I want to throw out an idea.
Okay,
Is
good.
that okay. Yeah. So to the landscape architect, I've been to many what I call linear parks, long, narrow things, the High Line in New York, for example. And as I look at the frontage here, you've got a very wide swath of landscaped area between the street and the parking lot. It's labeled partially stormwater treatment and whatnot, but I wonder if you were able to make that into a linear park, put a pathway through it, some very interesting landscaping or benches, I would be able to find that that's a public amenity. I think that'd be a lovely break on El Camino. I bet as a landscape architect, you'd welcome the challenge of designing something unique and narrow, but also it's not part of this building, it's for the town. There's a little space in there where somebody could have a conversation with a friend. You might just sit down for a second. People from in this building, but also all around the neighborhood. I think if you could really activate that landscape strip along El Camino so that the frontage is this landscaped area, not the parking lot, I would feel a lot more comfortable that this is coming closer to what we're after. Again, the park would have to be, well, I won't use the word park, but this area would have to be something that's intended that people feel comfortable going there. But I would envision it being some sort of a parallel path to the sidewalk of a more landscaped area. But I think there's enough space to make that work. If you were to do that and find a way to have some small public cafe or something, maybe completely on the other side of the building. To my colleagues, almost every project we see on El Camino, we end up insisting that we have some sort of public amenity. Every hotel, Hotel Parmani, the other hotel, the Ken Hayes' buildings we reviewed the other day, each time we insist on some sort of small coffee shop, something like that. Yes, you're right, there's a lot of food options up and down the street. That's partially because we're asking for them. I don't see any reason why this building can't do that. It's not an onerous process. I'm speaking to the developer here because I think it's very possible and it's a reasonable request. So if you were to do those two things, I think we could get a lot closer, at least for me, feeling comfortable with our guidelines, that we are actually trying to get them to do what we think. Again, it's some small retail element and do something to activate that landscaping in a public way So it's not the parking lot, but the landscaping on the frontage. That's just an idea, but David, take it for what it's worth.
Thank you, Peter.
I feel I have mixed feeling about the retail on this side. I love to have more retail or restaurants or coffee shop in town, but in this location on this side, I'm not sure because this is an office building, and unless they really provide great coffee or some bakery or food, I most likely I will not find my way to just come here, stop and walking like 300 feet long and then go to that shop to grab a coffee and go. I just feel it's, we wanted to be more invited to have more activities along the street, but this is an office building and we want a space that is in use instead of the empty space that every business owner come here to do retail. They need to have some successful business plan to make their business profitable. If it is just a space that is planned for a restaurant or coffee shop that cannot make them make money, then it doesn't make sense to occupy a space. It's actually just a waste of space. And but so I think it's up to the owner or maybe the future tenant what other functions they could introduce to this space. Maybe if the future tenants say if it's Rivian and then they have their gift shop at that corner that could bring their customers to buy something unique, then maybe that will be something that attract people to come here. But for other functions that not related to the office, their own business, I just don't feel it convinced me that it will have a successful business for that business owner.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think I kind of agree with Board Member Chen a bit more on that. We definitely don't want to make space for something that may or may not fail. Maybe a good compromise might be to have kind of a space that's flexible for a pop-up so that maybe someday in the future things change, that this one part of that corner plaza could potentially host a coffee shop or pastry pop-up or something. I think I'm glad to hear Board Member Balte your suggestion of the enhanced green space along El Camino. I think if the applicant be open to that, I think that could be an amenity in itself. Some people get ice cream from one place and then take the walk, around here. So I think I'm sort of more on Board Member Chen's wavelength on that.
I'm going to chime in here on the opposite direction again. I would also like to remind my fellow board members that there is public transportation running up and down El Camino and that there's a bus stop right in this zone. So it's one of those moments where, I'm a little bit earlier, the bus is running late, jump in, grab a coffee. But again, I'm not requesting that this be a whole restaurant. I think that is overkill. I think that is asking too much. However, they have, Starbucks shacks inside a Safeway, right? So there's the possibility for something, whether it doesn't need to be large, it doesn't need to be some full built out thing, but I think we really should encourage the possibility for some public amenity to draw people inside the building, even if it's for a moment, even if it's for a minute. I do like the idea of the Rivian, if it is a Rivian building, or if it's, somebody else. They've got their swag store in the corner. I think that's a great idea. But again, that's up to the tenant. I think the point of us requesting something from the outside is to literally pull the outside in. Because I think having this be a single occupancy building just makes it for that one building. And then all of these parklets and all of this beautiful green space that we're asking for in front of the parking lot, they're kind of to waste. Right? It really will only be used by the people that enter this building. And I think that the way to get outside people to enter is to give them a carrot. So whether that carrot is coffee or whatnot. And again, does not need to be big. So my 2 cents on it, but I think I'm in the minority here.
So Chair, if I may, do we want to call for a motion? Do we
Um,
want to do some straw polls?
It has been 2 hours on this item.
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way. So let's have a straw poll on Peter Commissioner Balte's suggestion of opening the site more to a kind of a linear park of some sort along the facade, along the street, El Camino side, noting that the landscaping could allow such an idea. So could you take a vote on?
Could I
on
ask a
that?
clarification question before we do that straw poll?
Yeah.
Are we looking to increase the size of this parklet or just basically make sure that it's actually expressed more as a parklet? Because I think that based on the constraints of the parking lot, the size may not change, just sort of the nature of that use space is what we're looking to adjust.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
would
correct?
Say, just look at the L101 and see
Sure.
the size of the actual area.
Right.
That it has a double line of trees
Right.
and space in between.
Mhm.
Let's talk about it as if it's part of the present landscape.
Yeah, my intent is that they're not changing the size of the parking lot. I'm trying to find a compromise. I would appreciate hearing the landscape architect's response to this before we just vote on something. Is this feasible?
Okay, let's do.
He's
I
sitting
agree.
here, why not
That's
ask?
a good. Put him on the spot. Okay.
I think that's an interesting idea. I love the High Line. The High Line was a railroad track. Of course, it wasn't envisioned as a park originally. It was a way to get freight into warehouse buildings. So these things change over time, and it has, millions and millions of square feet on all sides of it. So it's a very activated space that drops down into this breath of fresh air, which is now, a train track turned into a linear garden, which is just fantastic. It's just beautiful. So I would love to design a High Line. I mean, everyone would welcome that challenge. I think that the difficulty is there's a lot of things trying to go on within this space already. So you mentioned the bus stop, which, is a great thing. We want to encourage transit. We have existing trees, which are significant that we love and we want to keep. So we're not going to be able to, those are sort of islands within this linear park that basically have to remain kind of untouched. We have, the intent of enhancing the linear pedestrian experience on El Camino, new lighting and new paving and tree grades, just basic things that are part of the guidelines and recent developments there, which will enhance the space, make it better. We've increased that by being able to create these little parklet spaces, which I would argue actually are going to be more than just decoration along the street facade, because I think that people will actually start to walk on El Camino at some point. And I think that there will be activation on El Camino that will appreciate having places to be able to sit, appreciate being able to take in the park and the artwork that's being proposed in those areas, and the stonework and the seating elements, with the shade that's there. So I don't think it's just a facade. I think it's actually very engaging now. I think that there will be real public benefit there. And I think as these other projects along El Camino get developed, you'll get more density, you'll get more activity there. I think it will become more of a pedestrian street, and not just a vehicular.
With all
corridor.
respect, I asked you to answer a question. Could you design this as a linear public area? Yes or no? We do want
I
to
do
finish the
think
meeting.
that's a question too.
It's a question, so as an answer, please.
I think that the area can be developed with additional uses. So yes, I think that it's going to be
Thank you.
challenged in that it's not going to be as linear, maybe as the suggestions as what you've described. So it's a qualified yes.
Okay. I think that's really what we were asking at this point.
I want to clarify. So do we want I think it's a great idea to have the linear park along the El Camino way, but I just want to clarify, do we also want to bring it around the corner on Hanson?
Yes, that's a
Okay.
good point.
Thank you. Just want to clarify.
I really would love to see a good designer go at this with few restrictions. The real intent is to make it more public, in my opinion. And what it may mean is compromising some of the requirements like a stormwater treatment or a backflow device or a transformer. Those are the things we usually see thrown into these spaces. And we're asking you to push back to the rest of your design team to emphasize the importance of having this be comfortable to the public. That's really the motivation and the intent. So I would hope that the board could collectively agree to that large intent. And then let's give the design team latitude to decide if it wraps the corner, if it comes in and out, if it's truly linear or a series of pockets off the sidewalk. There's many ways you could do this. We want the most creative solution. That's how I see it.
And it's not just to people from the outside. You know, you're going to have people working in this building all day long, and they will have opportunities to go outside one week to the next. So they have opportunities for doing something else, take a walk. Sometimes you see people from these tech companies kind of walking up and down the sidewalk, talking on their cell phone to whomever, you know. You need to create alternatives for people to use the outside space. And this is one really terrific idea, I think, that will add to the interesting complexity of the building and make it more useful to sell somebody on the idea of this is a building, not just inside, it's outside, and it's going to be used this way, both ways. It adds to that experience.
If we can do a straw poll of
Yes,
the
let's
members
do a
and
straw poll of just the board now on this, okay?
I'm in favor of this idea, obviously.
Okay,
I'm also in favor.
I'm in favor. And,
I'm in favor.
okay, so. I'm sorry? Ground floor retail.
Can we poll the
yes.
board on regarding the
Uh,
ground floor retail?
Should
We don't need
we-
to.
Should, yeah,
are we asking about ground floor or are we talking about a corner location?
Ground floor.
Ground floor, okay.
okay.
So I appreciate all the comments that we've heard today on the retail or activation component on the ground floor. I'd like to clarify. So all the references up and down El Camino are usually CS or CN. So the zoning is very different. As Chair Chen mentioned earlier, and this is an board member Chen mentioned earlier, and this is an RP zone. So it's a different zoning altogether, hence the additional processing, hence, the added overlay of process on top. I did want to show this. I did some research myself, not just anecdotally. This is from last Friday. I think I did this search the 12th. So about a week ago, and there's over 35, 40 vacancies of just retail space in this vicinity along El Camino alone. So there's a lot of availability, showing that the market does not have that much demand, and it is very difficult to command and prescribe a use. I also, anecdotally for me, I actually work in an office building 5 days a week on El Camino, down the block next to this vista that you're talking about and this little cafe. Our building also fronts El Camino, has seating opportunities, has engagement, and has all of that along the front of the building next to a very active cafe, next to built-in residential 75 units next door, next to the soccer field, which has, people in and out of it most of the days. And on the weekends, I would assume a lot of kids, a lot of practices. We have 2 vacancies on that ground floor that have been vacant since the beginning of the project, because when we redeveloped that building, it was also required that we keep retail. So in a CS zone with activation, with residents, with an office building next door, with additional retail next to it and additional frontage along it, there is no demand still. Whatever pricing I put on that, there is no demand. I cannot prescribe a user to come in. I've talked to bakeries, I've talked to coffee shops, I've talked to soft goods, I've talked to additional financial services. Nothing wants to come in. So that's the reality of the market. So when we try to prescribe things in a zone that doesn't necessarily allow for that use to begin with, on top of the fact that the market is deep supply in locations that are much more attractive and retail oriented than this, it's a difficult challenge for us. And so I wanted to put that all out there. And just so you know, a lot of these vacancies, we all have seen them driving. I look at them 11 months, 29 months, 53 months, 32 months, 13 months, 41 months. And some of these are town and country. So I think when we qualify this requirement, I think it's important to look at, where it's surrounded with. If it's a straight up retail location, there is a lot of activation. There is a lot of residences, there's some community that's there that drives that makes sense, but you don't have enough scale, you don't have enough density or population to make people walk and go specifically to a small store randomly, even in a beautiful setting. So I would like to make that comment because I've thought long and hard about this.
Can I ask you, is the little restaurant next door, a functional, good use, making money facility?
I would assume so. But as I mentioned, I have two spaces that I point to that and I say, look, they have business. Look, you have a soccer field. Look, you have an office building. And look, you have 75 residences next door. 0 takers at whatever number I quote. I look at nonprofit type businesses, everything. There's not enough volume, right? That Fambrini's does a beautiful job. They service the population and the community enough. So can you bring in another user to compete with that? It's probably not going to do that because there's not enough depth and demand.
It seems to me that what we're asking for is something like that little restaurant, maybe even a simpler use, something that you would say you pick an ice cream for, finish off your lunch somehow. And you have all of the Rivian people next door to you as well. You have to look at the specific population that's right there. And then if it's a parklet that's going to attract. You want to speak a little more to that?
It's Allison, right? Yeah. I guess we're asking you to think of this differently. What can you do to Palo Alto because you're putting this big building here? What are you doing because you're bringing all these people to come work in Palo Alto? What are you doing to help make them comfortable in town? I mean, it's not just a matter of what's going to make you money. What are you doing to help Palo Alto accommodate all these folks? They're going to have to buy coffee someplace. They're going to have to do other public things someplace. You have to do your part. We're asking you, we're begging you. And your company, Sandhill, has a history of this. You need to contribute more to the community with your projects somehow. We're giving you options. We're hoping to hear back from you creative solutions, not statistics about vacancies, because of course there's vacancies, right? We want as landlords, as people who are in our town, to help us activate this street. We have grand visions for El Camino. As it grows, as we increase the amount of housing on this town, as your landscape architect mentioned, as I observe when I'm there, as you must know, there's a lot of people out there walking up and down, and there will be many, many more. We're talking about having huge amounts of housing at the Fry's site. We've approved many buildings on El Camino, which will have people there. People need coffee shops. They need little places. They need shops of all kinds. Come up with something that gives back to the community a little bit. Help us with that. We're very open to whatever the idea is. We don't want to prescribe it has to be a restaurant that's just going to sit vacant. We don't want to tell you have to put a supermarket, but we want you to do something to give back. I don't know how to make that more clear, but that's what we're asking you to do, is contribute to the community, please.
Yeah, I want to just add that I've had a sandwich at your neighboring place. They do a terrific job with their food. It's really incredible. Yeah, we're way over. So we really should wind it up. We'll take a straw poll vote on the board as to who wants some form of commercial use in this area here. Let's do that.
It was a very persuasive argument, but I think I'm still of the opinion that we should attempt something. So that's where I'm standing right now. And just a quick question. Do you guys have a number for the anticipated number of people that will be functioning inside this building on a daily basis? Or do we not have that because we don't have a tenant? Okay, just curious. Thank you.
I support asking for some sort of retail activity, yes.
I'm not in favor.
I'm not in favor.
Obviously,
I will say, I think they're going in here without any DEEs or anything, and we would be asking them, I think, to go against zoning by doing this. And that's asking for extra fees, that's asking for extra processes.
No,
It's a
just to,
CUP process.
yeah, just to clarify, a restaurant
Yeah.
could go here with a conditional use permit.
Is that?
It is a little bit more process, but it is easy enough.
Easy enough. Okay.
We discussed this at our last meeting, right?
Okay. I still don't change my vote.
Of
I'm still
course,
not.
of course.
Yeah.
No, I really wish we didn't have to make it so prescriptive. I would love to feel or have the applicant being actively coming back to us with proposed solutions that fit them as well as Palo Alto.
are you saying it's a conditional on their coming back to us with a, yes, we can do it, or a no, we can't?
This is a straw poll. You asked yes or no, so my answer
No,
is
I'm
yes. We have to
asking,
do
the
something.
straw poll is that we would like to see a commercial use of, a small commercial use of a part of the property.
Yes, and I think we're 50-50 right now without your vote, David. I think
Right.
you're the decision maker here.
I understand. No, I would, then I would like to sort of add a bit of qualification to it. Unless the client, the applicant finds there is no possibility of a success of such a facility on this site. And that has to be proven to us commercially. You want to say something?
I mean, obviously, I think the applicant has provided some information, and maybe additional information on that can give whatever kind of proof, I guess it is, that we're looking for. One thing that at least would help staff in continuing a conversation with the applicant is knowing maybe what it is that we should be asking for them to provide to us, what kind of direction we can get, so that way we don't maybe leave with a conversation saying, show us proof, right? And then we don't necessarily know how we can achieve that.
Yeah, I think this is a larger analysis that we're really asking for, that maybe we need to ask for, all of El
So-
Camino to look at that or
All
something.
right, I'm going to come down on the side of the yes, we want to see some effort for commercial usage of a part of this property, small commercial, and to, as Commissioner Balte stated, offer the community something, a commercial possibility here. Do we want to say where? Do we want to define that it should be on that corner in any way, or they can just show us where?
I would leave it up to the applicant.
Okay, so.
It doesn't even need to be commercial necessarily. It has to be something that draws the public in, that's open to everyone. It could be a nonprofit. It could even, in my opinion, be just a piece of artwork that's in the corner of the building. Something that makes it feel like, hey, you're walking by and you live in town, take a look.
Don't we already have artwork in that corner?
But within the building, something you're giving back, not just doing more landscaping. We already
Wait,
talked
so
about the
the poll was for inside the building, not outside the building?
Yeah, I mean, I envision 200 square feet in the corner of the building, I think maybe on that south side, but I really would like to have the applicant give us a solution, something they think they can do. Right now, they've sort of stiff-armed us in the first round. We asked them for a bunch of stuff and got very little reaction. So now I think we're pushing harder to do something, come up with an idea, a solution. So I guess the reason I spoke is that we've said commercial over and over again, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a commercial activity. It has to be something that the community feels is they're open to, that they can go into.
So this is an ask to sort of, instead of having all of their square footage go to the R&D, that some of their square footage would not go to R&D inside the building.
I suppose that's right, yeah.
I guess just in
I
the
think,
sense of
you
getting
know,
some additional clarification there.
I think that's a different kind of a vote. You know.
Well, I think at least what Vice Chair Balte was saying is, some form of activation, right? One of the suggestions was, consider art, right? So to some extent, it's not necessarily that square footage is dedicated away from office. More than obviously there's the whole building. It's obviously still used in a way for an office use, but there's maybe something visually, right? Other than maybe what you see like on a 1.28, right? They have those kind of V markers, right? Going up, down into that kind of two-story element at the corner, right? So there's pieces there that are bringing just visual interest towards inside the building. And I think also, I'm trying to find the correct page, but I do know that they were proposing to do some form of art. And I think it was also similarly at that corner of the building. That would be exterior, but within the landscaping. I don't know if you remember which page. That one might be it. It's not
This could
necessarily.
potentially be a subcommittee thing to sort of review the art.
And I think for me, it's not that I want to hinge the approval on you guys saying yes or no. What I would like to hear is that you're open to the possibility and that you'll take it into serious consideration as you move forward with a tenant. And this could be absolutely a subcommittee, right? So that's sort of, again, sort of what Board Member Balte was saying, is that it feels like we're hitting a hard no instead of hearing some type of problem solving or some type of engagement or some type of, let's see what we can do, right? Whereas I completely understand that maybe this is not the spot for a sewing shop, right? Like that's not going to be an appropriate use of the space, but there's got to be something. And just to say hard no, we're not doing that, it feels a little bit conflicting with the intent that this is an El Camino facing building, that you guys are allowing for all these parklets along El Camino that are supposed to engage the public, but they have no reason to go there. So that's what we're looking for, is just some type of consideration. Could be a subcommittee to review it, fine with that, just some openness to the possibility of something.
Well, I think at this point, we're trying to decouple that from the approval of the project. And maybe we could do a straw poll on that. That whatever we come up with, for whatever you come up with that we present to us, would like to be something that we would see at a later date, but it doesn't prevent us from approving this project to move ahead.
I have a question to the staff. So if the proposed use would be, say, nonprofit or art gallery, that is kind of like the public art outside that leading to an art gallery, does it also require a conditional use permit in that case?
That would be, I think, depending on the size, it would probably be something like a personal service, and that is similarly to retail conditional use permit.
Okay. Thank you.
And I did, you can ask the chair, I think, but also I did find the page. It's L 1.03, where they were indicating they're going to have public art kind of near the corner of the building. I think, if I remember correctly, near that two-story tile element you were talking about.
It's all along.
All along. Okay, so it'd be all along.
Multiple locations.
Okay.
It's the red dot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the placeholder for it. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
do know that the applicant, Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
the applicant did want to ask if they might be able to speak on some other things, if
And I
you're willing
just,
to allow that.
yeah, and I wanted to clarify about the uses. Actual retail is not a permitted use. Sorry. Personal service is not a permitted use. Retail and eating and drinking would be a conditional use.
I just wanted to say that it's not that I'm saying I don't want this to happen. So I think that we have a willingness, if there's somebody that approaches us and says, hey, I have a retail or a food service and I'm willing to open that to the public. And this tenant is, there could be a tenant that wants to do that because they partner with a cafe and they think that there's more volume if they open it up or something like that. We absolutely would not say, no, that's not what we want on the site. So it's completely, user specific, demand specific. in fact, in the park, there are, certain tenants that do have cafes that I don't know if people know that they are open to the park or to the public. So if a user comes along, we absolutely would encourage them and say, if you had a coffee shop that services your employees, would you consider opening that up? And so if that's the intent and that's the approach, we're more than happy to encourage and, kind of work towards that goal without a strict requirement in order to get this, permitted or approved, right? So absolutely working with tenants to encourage them to offer some sort of public facing amenity if that works within their operations and their security, absolutely. But, we can't prescribe that. And we can offer that and encourage that amongst anybody that we talk to.
So if I can add just for a second here, the project does have an amenity space of 2,500 square feet approximately. Amenity spaces, many times, again, this is something that, each tenant maybe has a different sort of amenity space. It could be a gymnasium, it could be a cafeteria, those sorts of things that are traffic reducing. When it's a cafeteria for just the office workers, then we don't require parking for it. If we were wanting that amenity space, could still be a cafeteria for the office workers, but it also could be a restaurant that the public could come to. In that case, we would call it a restaurant though, or at least a portion of it may be called a restaurant. We might need some additional parking. However, we're in the Stanford Research Park area that has a fairly good, that has a good TDM program. So, it's possible that we wouldn't need the parking. So just an idea that interior cafe could be an exterior cafe or gymnasium, etc.
Thank you.
I think if I can just make one
Clarification's
last.
pretty good, because it leaves you the opportunity. Of course, you really need to sort of define a space in some way because it needs future construction of some sort, and utilities, et cetera. So I think at this point, we're ready to say that this motion is to, somebody
Wait, can
want to phrase a motion that would really describe?
Sorry, can we take one more straw poll on,
Yes, I wanted to do that.
there was some element on the facade, on the facade
Okay,
articulation.
here's that. So are we finished with this then? You think this is done? It's a strong suggestion of the board.
I think my one comment is that a lot of this seems to hinge on the tenant occupancy of this building. And we should, as a board, consider just having a subcommittee for when the tenant is selected to just have a conversation with them. I would love to see this project move forward, but it does seem like a lot of this hinges on a tenant. So maybe there's a way we as a board can continue to allow this project to move forward, but really have a conversation with the tenant when they are selected, if that's possible. So I don't know if that's a possibility or if that's something that we can sort of ask from the developer. But it does feel like there's a number of things. One is the potential of a retail space. One is HVAC, just that both hinge on the occupancy of this building.
I would, in response to that,
Yeah, please.
I think, our purview as the ARB is the architecture. And I think that's the question we need to be asking ourselves right now. And that's why I want to take a straw poll on the elevation, is because whatever tenant they get, they're, it's possible might do an over the counter something, I don't know, but we need to feel like the architecture of this building is appropriate for this location, no matter who occupies it, right? So I kind of want to bring it back to that.
Understood, but we'd like to decouple it from, that's what I said before, is to decouple it from the approval today. But it is an issue that's still on the table here. And
possibly that would anyway come in front of us
Kendra,
if it had enough of a
yeah,
physical
we've
impact,
discussed
right?
all of it now, but I think that maybe Kendra, could you make it as a motion instead of, or just straw poll.
Happy to, but I'd love to get Osma's straw poll going for the facade articulation first. So I'm going to defer to her for a
Okay,
moment.
you want to defer to that one first. Okay, that's fine. You want to do a straw poll on the building?
Yeah, there's a couple of us that mentioned that we would like to see more articulation on the facade, and that the stuff that we've seen so far with the fins is good. I know there's also a comment about the shear walls treatment. But I think, I think the straw poll is to add more texture and articulation to the facade along El Camino. So that's the straw poll.
Okay,
My answer would be that I have a slight preference towards the larger panels on that shear wall. Other than that, I'm good with the facade. So I think it's beautifully done and I wouldn't want to impose my personal preferences on the architect here.
you want to speak?
I think I'm in favor of this current elevation, but it will make it better if they can incorporate some operable windows to the upper floor.
Oh,
I don't think we should prescribe further changes to the facade. I'm happy to leave the architect to use their judgment. I think it could use some work, but I'd like to trust this architect instead of prescribing it. So with respect, Osman, I understand what you're saying, but I have other things I want to push harder for, not this one. I'm sorry, but this is not precluding operable windows. I think it's a separate discussion.
That will affect the facade. You know that.
The operable windows could well affect the facade, yes.
Yeah.
And I'd like the architect to hear that. We think it could use one more round, but I think these guys are talented enough that they probably, I don't want to be telling them to put that structural V inside or outside at the corner, for example.
It's not about the structural V. I think we're all okay with where that is. I heard everybody more or less say that they're happy where the glass is. It's more about just adding either more fins or a treatment that might be related to operable windows that might make the facade appear less monolithic.
well, then why didn't we have it as a straw poll? Are you in
Okay,
favor of it?
I'll support what Osma's saying. I think she's right. It could just use a little bit more to reduce the two-story glass facade. So yes, I support that straw poll.
And yeah, I'm in support of it. It sounds like we have two not in support. So back to you, David, for swing vote.
And nobody's talking about fins at this point, just operable windows?
And it's about fins as well. Yeah, it's about adding some texture to
Yeah.
that.
I'm in
elevation.
favor of adding additional texture. Okay, so we really want to move along here. We're on one subject here.
Just one more thing, just because it sounds like maybe this will be an easy one. Majority of the board seems to want to have operable windows.
Yes.
I think we need to see more design in the mechanical system, including some allowance for operable windows and some finished design on how the system is really going to work. So we have confidence that future tenants will not negatively impact the design. So more detail in the mechanical system, including some allowance for operable windows.
So that sounds like a subcommittee that could be added to a motion.
We're waiting to do a motion, but I think that was the straw poll that I think everybody agrees with.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do this motion.
All right, go for it, Osma.
All right, I move that we approve the project subject to the terms and conditions in the report, with addition to return to subcommittee an updated landscape design to the strip along El Camino and Hanson Way that would intentionally bolster pedestrian experience along that corner. Additionally, to subcommittee is to ask the applicant to consider a texture to the El Camino facade, and also ask the applicant to develop their mechanical system a little bit further or make provisions for alternates moving forward. To ask the applicant to study operable windows alongside that, as well as for the applicant to consider an activation element along their ground floor.
I will second that motion. So basically, we've got 4 subcommittees with this motion.
I wrote 5.
HVAC and windows is fine.
I would consider those.
They're
part
kind of
it.
together, but
Yeah.
they do affect the elevation. It's kind of all, I mean, it's architecture. It's all the same thing, right?
I'll
Okay,
second the
that's
motion.
good.
Is there a
Awesome.
friendly
Thank
amendment
you.
or anybody else that wanted to
Yes,
jump
I'd
in here
like
first?
to make an amendment that we don't ask the applicant to study adding operable windows. We ask the applicant to add operable windows in some places. There's no extent on how many, but just asking them to study it is what they've already done. I
Do
think
you
we should
agree to
remove the word
change
study.
I don't know that we've seen any study though.
I'm not interested in discussing it further with the mechanical engineer. I want to see some ventilation in this building.
Okay, I accept the friendly amendment. Is it seconded?
I'll still keep my second.
Okay, we have a,
Secondly, I'd like to understand, how did we phrase asking them to provide public amenity? How did you put that again?
I said study and activation element on the ground floor.
on the ground floor, interior to interior space, or as,
I made it open broad so that it may not necessarily be attached to the building. So that it could be something floating in the landscape, whether it's a
in the
pop-up,
site or in the building?
right? Just somewhere
So you
on the
wanna
ground
add-
floor,
Would you want to add in the site or in the building?
just the ground floor. The
That
ground
sounds like
plane.
It's inside
Oh,
to me,
does that sound like it's inside?
yeah.
Yeah, ground floor would be the first floor
Inside.
of the
Okay,
building, so
then I would say, yeah,
the ground floor or elsewhere on the site.
or elsewhere on
Okay, good enough.
the ground level. The ground plane.
Staff, how
Okay.
do you interpret
Street level?
that, what
That's a
that
good one.
means?
I would say maybe only a lingering question is, given the conversation around this, is it the direction that we want some potential tenant or just something that activates the space, i.e., e.g., art? Because I think that has been discussed between it. And obviously they have some art. Is the idea we want more profound or more, significant art, I guess, or something, right? Like that in lieu of maybe a stand, like a coffee stand or whatever, we want to consider an equivalent of that. So that way we have maybe clearer direction so that when we return to subcommittee, we don't get the same response, which is, we want to have a coffee shop or something, right? If that's the intended goal.
So let me make suggest an amendment, probably be unfriendly, but I'll try it. That the applicant have a minimum of 200 square feet of retail space on the ground floor.
I don't accept that.
Okay, so can we have a vote on that, David, please?
Uh,
Actually, it needs
So
to be,
she
no,
doesn't-
but hold on, you need to have a second on
Yeah.
that kind of thing, right? Before we have a vote. So Kendra, do you?
Is there
support that?
anybody would second that? Kendra, are you seconding that?
I would really rather leave it a little bit more open-ended than being that prescriptive. That's my, because it could be a coffee shop, it could be a coffee cart out front, right? It could be that simple. So to say it has to be 200 square feet inside the building feels too restrictive to me. So I won't second it.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
So that fails, David.
I think in terms of for the subcommittee, what we'd be looking for is maybe just like the ground floor plan and then kind of like a highlight of this is where the activation is happening and this is what it is. And, maybe it's that simple. Does that sound?
Yes. I sincerely appreciate what Board Member Balde is trying to do with prescribing something, because we're trying to get a minimum here, right? And we don't want you guys to leave this meeting not clear what the direction is. The direction is we want something given back to Palo Alto. We want some engagement between the public and this space. So I am hesitant, though, to give you anything more formal and restrictive. I want you to be open-ended about it. I want you to have flexibility, but I also want you to try. Fair enough.
Maybe let me restate what has been identified so far. Consider activation element on ground floor or elsewhere on site. I had just written may not be attached to the building. So what that at least tells me is it doesn't necessarily have to be, a push cart, or it could be, for example, art, as we've also talked about. It also doesn't necessarily need to be in the building itself. And I think that so far, at least has had a second.
Mhm. Okay, so looks like that sums it up.
Jody, could you please reread that back to us?
Yes, I have 5 subcommittee motions. So the first one is enhancing the landscape strip along El Camino Real. This is vis-a-vis the potential the landscape island, linear park.
Linear.
Thank
This is
you.
specifically related to the El Camino guideline stipulation that we have to find. It has to allow us to make that finding that that's actually the program in that location, not the
Okay.
parking.
Second one is asking the applicant to consider adding additional textures or modification onto the El Camino Real facade.
Mhm.
Third is to develop details on some preliminary details on the mechanical systems or alternates, I think was considered to understand the interior space, how it would look, how that would work or look.
Yeah, I would say if they don't have a tenant, alternates will probably be what needs, because depending flexibility on what the tenant needs.
Okay. Fourth one is adding operable windows, I assume to the second floor, not the first floor, or either.
I don't want to be prescriptive.
Okay,
Could be
adding
either.
operable windows.
Mhm.
The last one being consider activation element on ground floor or elsewhere on site may not be attached to the building.
Can we do a vote?
Yeah, let's take a vote.
Vote yes. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm out of turn here.
Vice Chair Balte,
No.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes,
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 4-1.
Chair, could we appoint the subcommittee now, please?
yeah.
Did you want to speak to your no vote?
Kendra just asked if I wanted to speak to my no vote. No, I don't think that's necessary. I think everybody knows how I feel. And thank you all for tolerating my opinion here.
So I guess
Subcommittees?
Osman and Kendra.
Sounds good.
So are we tackling all 5 subcommittees? We want to divvy them up or we just want to handle it?
It's just
Yeah.
one.
I'm in,
Just
let's
two
do
of us
it.
For the whole thing.
One all,
Yeah.
because the presentation will be
Okay,
a little
I
simpler.
was gonna
that way.
say, let's do it. I'm in.
Okay, thank you very, very much. You
And
know,
thank you for the
it's-
length
Oh
of
my
this
golly, what a long-
conversation.
I
It's an
hope you- I
important
hope you
project
didn't,
and the time is
wreck your day
necessary.
here.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay, you need that one, yeah. We will have a 10-minute break, yeah.
We come back at 11:17.
Let's move on. Next action item is 414 California Avenue build. No,
901.
how about
4. Tab 4.
It's tab 4, but you feel like turn page.
wrong one? Where is this? Okay, back this page. 901 South California Avenue, replacement of R&D building. First formal public hearing, quasi judicial, 901 South California Avenue. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval, major architectural review to allow the demolition of a two-story office building and construction of a new story or 55,000 square foot office building with 2,709 square foot amenity space, environmental assessment exempt for provisions of CEQA per section 15302 zoning district RP parenthesis L Research Park.
I'd like to disclose that I visited the site.
I visited the site.
I visited the site.
Visited the site.
Visited the site.
For characters report.
Okay, so applicant will hear first. Okay.
Thank you, Irby. My name is Garrett. I am also the project planner on this project as well. So this application is for 901 South California Avenue. This application previously had a preliminary ARB application back in March of earlier this year. And the applicant has come back and responded, doing some modifications and changes to the building in response to those comments that you had provided. So just to briefly recap on the project, this is a major architecture review application to replace an existing R&D building on the 3.19 acre site. The existing two-story office building will be demolished and replaced with this new two-story office building. And as has been included on the project webpage through the project plans attachment, the city has identified that this application is actually exempt from CEQA per section 5302, which is for replacement buildings. Overall, the site will be proposed for a 58,000 square foot building, but the applicant will be utilizing 2,709 square feet of amenity space. Between the changes from the previous application to this one, they've updated their canopy coverage, added the driveway along California Avenue frontage, and have increased the majority of species in their site to incorporate more native landscaping. All parking will be placed at the site, which is in the current configuration that it is. So in terms of what you experience on California Avenue, you'll be experiencing the building rather than any sort of parking lot. These items that you see here, this is what the ARB had commented on previously, which was, as I had noted, increasing the landscaping. There's a potential consideration that the ARB had requested the applicant to think about for putting parking underground or putting a parking structure on the site. The ARB had also identified about adding operable windows to the building. The ARB had noted to try to push the amenity space to be closer to the entrance of the building. The ARB wanted to see more treatment at the back of the building that was consistent with the design approach of the building at the front. They wanted to consider softening the wood tone relationship with this red building, provide an existing or exposed impermeable coverage for the site, increasing basically kind of the amount of landscaping again as a part of that conversation we had previously, trying to soften the facade at the front and try to again look across those facades to make sure that they're integrated together. So looking at kind of the first item, the applicant did increase the landscaping. You can see this in the drawings provided here. You have kind of on the left-hand side the prelim application where you can see that there's this drive-through area here leading from California Avenue, kind of wrapping around the building at the back, leading back out to California Avenue. Now they've introduced additional landscaping, a barbecue pit area. You can see this kind of rendering represented in this area along this back side of the building. So again, introducing additional landscaping onto the site. You can also see that from the previous design, the applicant has also incorporated additional landscaping or will be incorporating additional landscaping at the front of the building, which when grown to maturity will help to better visually disrupt the building as across the street there are single family homes. Previously, as a part of the application, there was also a design enhancement exception to request an added height to this area here. The ARB did not previously support allowing for that design enhancement exception. So they have reduced the height of that tower element so that now it complies with the current height requirements for these buildings. Additionally, as you can see between the previous design as well as this one, they've also retained this accordion door, this horizontal accordion door or vertical accordion door in order to kind of help to activate these second floor areas and also bring in natural ventilated air through that. Previously, the applicant had identified that the amenity space would be located potentially along these back areas here, and they are still tending to potentially allow for that to be the case. Amenity spaces are not set in stone based on what you see on this diagram here. They can be moved around. So in terms of location, what you're seeing here, this is along the back side of the building. Over here, there's a bicycle locker parking. So to some extent, in the previous conversations, there was an idea about having some kind of recreational space here that you can at least more clearly connect with this bicycle locker location. Here you can see the rear facade of the building. This was the previous design that was submitted during the prelim ARB application. You can see now that they've incorporated the design that is reminiscent of what is occurring on the front of the building that faces along California Avenue. This is the other angle. What you see here is the additional increased landscaping that they've provided. So as I noted before, here in this area, they've identified this recreational space for the tenants or future tenants of the building. They've additionally identified within this that they're going to provide almost 68% of canopy coverage over the parking area, which exceeds what the city's current 50% requirement will be. Many other research park projects that I've worked on, a lot of the times they tend to be very close to 50, closer to 50 than they are further from it. And this application is looking to do a lot better job in that way and actually trying to cover more substantially the parking area with tree canopy. So staff's recommendation is that the board approve the application subject to the findings and conditions of approval attached to the staff report. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have any questions?
I'd like to hear from the applicant first.
Yeah, I might ask afterward, after the applicant. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good morning, and thank you for having us. My name is Stan Liu. I'm with RMW Architects and have been working on this project. And this is our second meeting with ARB. And as Garrett mentioned, there were a number of comments offered, and we responded to those comments with the current design. And I'll take you through a brief presentation that highlights some of the changes. As Garrett mentioned, we have added additional landscape along California Avenue, and that was an emphasis of the earlier discussion. And so we are also maintaining some existing trees along California Avenue, and we'll go back into more detail specifically. And our landscape architect, Emily, is here, who's going to go into more detail. But I want to just focus on the architecture for a moment and say that we've simplified the palette for the building. And you may recall that at one time we had a wood look metal panel on the envelope. And so we've moved away from that in favor of a consistent material across the envelope of the building, which we have samples of here, which is the red terracotta and the gray terracotta. And we have maintained the general geometry of the building to be responsive to the context of the neighborhood. This site plan, which is largely unchanged, and I'll highlight what Garrett mentioned, that we have added an outdoor amenity to the back of the site, and if you can see the cursor waving here, we think that is definitely an asset and a good addition to the project, and that was in direct response to some of the comments that we heard about just creating a space towards the back of the site that would be similar to how we're treating other parts of the site. Some images of the existing context. And these are some of the renderings that Garrett's already shown, and we'll come back through here to just touch on the plantings. This is an evening view. Some of the plant materials in the site plan. And just want to highlight that we also have an amenity space towards the middle of the building, and that's where the cursor is waving here. And I think as A or B may recall, the main entry to the building is in the center of the building, which is that glass element adjacent to that second story balcony. And this is a design change that is in response to comments that we heard first round through, which is the addition of this terrace at the back of the building. And one of the comments that we heard clearly was that the back seemed different than the rest of the building. And this is our proposal to integrate this facade into the rest of the building so that it appears to be more consistent all the way around. And having the access for the tenant on the second floor directly to outdoor space on the side of the building, we think is also a benefit. And some views here, looking back at the building, plant materials. I'll just flip through these quickly. And this is from that terrace at the back of the building, looking back out towards the outdoor amenity. And you can see the barbecue element that was mentioned earlier. And some existing conditions. And yeah, so I'm going to turn to Emily to just highlight a few of the landscape concepts that are built into the design now.
Thank you. I'm Emily Rylander. I'm a principal. Thank you.
Why don't you spell your name, please, for the record?
Sure, it's STANLEW.
Okay. Yours?
My name is, sorry. Emily Rylander, EMILYRYLANDER. I am a principal with Andrea Cochran Landscape Architecture.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
I'm going to just jump back to the beginning. As Stan mentioned, we've done a lot of improvements to the landscape since you've last seen it. And this is sort of a view from the beginning. And I wanted to kind of walk you through the thinking of the different landscape spaces. And we wanted to be mindful of this site as being kind of across the street from residential community and be respectful of that. And also it's a site that has a lot of large existing trees that we're working hard to preserve. So we really are thinking of this space as a series of garden rooms. So starting on the California Street side, I'm looking at the kind of the increased landscape street frontage. What we're doing is actually not unlike what we see outside our window in some way. I've been looking at this all morning, and if you imagine yourself in the building looking out, there are several large magnolia trees on site that we are working to preserve. And you can kind of notice across the street, you don't see people walking along the sidewalk there because of this berm that's here. And we're actually doing something quite similar, or proposing something quite similar for this site, so that from California Street, it berms up towards the building. And then there's kind of a internal garden for the people inside, but on the exterior, you don't really have a lot of interaction with the people working, so that on the exterior, it's much more of a residential garden feel that's lushly planted, has mature trees in it. So you can see from the pictures on site, some of those existing trees there. So that's the garden frontage that I'm mentioning in this rendering. Then we have kind of a main pedestrian entrance that's flanked with trees that kind of alert you to where the entrance is. It's a mix of native and ornamental plants, native drought tolerant habitat forming. And then along the perimeter of the site are a lot of mature trees that we're looking to preserve and enhance along the perimeter. That's going to add that additional shade and additional screening. Another view at night. Here's some images of some of the plant material we are proposing. And then again, as Stan mentioned, there are significant amenity spaces outdoors for the tenants as you kind of move back to the back of the site in that rectangle there is the new amenity space we've added. This is the entrance terraces. And then at the back, again, there's that private upper terrace. And then this new garden space that we've added that has kind of different spaces for the tenants, flexible spaces for outdoor events or small places to come take a break during the day. And then additional tree canopy that we're adding into the parking lot, which is the next piece that I'll get into. But these are some views from the amenity spaces just off the back of the building. And what you see is you kind of get filtered views out towards the parking lot, where in the background there are a lot of beautiful existing trees in the background, and we're kind of adding more in the foreground to create different spaces for different people, types of events, and different ways to occupy the space. This is looking back toward the building, and again, you can kind of sit out in these spaces and not feel like you're on top of the people in the adjacent spaces or inside the building. Again, more plant material. And then moving out to the parking lot, the perimeter, as I mentioned, has a lot of existing trees, and we are proposing to augment that, enhance that by adding new trees. And we've been working hard to kind of work with the soil profile to get the right construction so that the trees will thrive. This is looking back towards the building, kind of offering a way for people when they come towards the building to walk through a garden on their way to work. And again, as I mentioned, preserving these trees and expanding the planting so that when you look back out from the building, you really are looking at this extensive tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good. We've concluded our presentation. We try to keep to 5, but went a little longer than 5.
Thank you. And public comment after this.
Okay, you're right. Any public comments?
I haven't received any speaker cards. I don't see any members of the public here,
Okay.
and no one has raised their hand in Zoom.
Okay.
I have a
Okay,
question.
should we have some?
Yeah, I have a question. One of the items that we asked was to consider adding more operable windows. Was that considered?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion around operable windows, and given the nature of the program for this building, it is a laboratory building, and for pressurization, safety, and airflow, as well as energy considerations, we do not have operable windows for the building, and it's mostly driven by program.
Any comment on that?
No, it's just questions.
Yep.
I have one more. Wait a minute. Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go
Yeah,
ahead?
I mean, you have a large door that opens up onto the, how does that affect the laboratory issues?
So since my background is designing laboratories for my company, I want to just comment on the mechanics. So the building does run on 100% outside air. There's no recirculation in this building. The laboratories, because of the pressurization, cannot be open. The only areas like the one with the garage door, that's an amenity space where people will take their lunch. So where we could make it operable, we have, and that's an example of where we're going to, it's openable, but the laboratories will be closed off from that area.
They're physically closed off from
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
They will be on either side.
Okay.
And so this will be its own mechanical zone.
Mhm.
So when it's open, the laboratories will be functioning
Mhm.
as mechanically intended,
Mhm.
but the mechanics of this space will shut down.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. Anybody? Questions?
A quick question, sure, about the landscaping. Seen from California Avenue on the left, there's 3, maybe 4 mature palm trees on the very edge of the property. Can you reassure me those will stay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions. So at the back of the building, so on the side plan, it shows the low wall, which is actually about 6 feet high. And also it's from the rendering, it seems like there are bushes around that barbecue area. Is it the intent to have to create a more enclosed space for that area, or?
Sorry, let me find the rendering. Yes, so in this rendering, you can see the shiny thing, that's the barbecue and the wall there. And then to the left is a hedge. So yes, it's to help screen the parking lot.
I see. My second question is to the architect. On the second floor, at the rear outdoor terrace, you show a fire access ladder. And on the rendering, it seems like there is still sun shading on the elevation. So I want to know where the exact location is.
If you like.
I can answer that because I've actually been working with the fire department, and Carl Schneider had requested that ladder. The sunshade will go away in that area. We're actually removing it because we feel with the overhang, I don't know if you want to comment on that piece. It's kind of redundant and it interferes with the stair.
Right. So as the rendering shows, there's a sunshade in this rendering, and as Radhika just commented, that will go away until we can have the access to the roof, and that's in response to fire access.
I see. Thank you. So still on that rendering, the bird's eye view rendering, it shows the landscape area on the second floor towards the right side, and on your floor plan, it shows the landscaping is on the other side. So I want to clarify which one is the correct location. If you see the floor plan, which is sheet A 2.2, the landscape planting is going to closer to the staircase.
Yeah, and so it's the landscape planting there, that's calling out a zone for landscape planting. And so we've shown some ideas of where the planting may be, and what's in the rendering is an early idea. And although this is calling it towards the stair, we actually won't have landscape planting blocking the stair.
I see. Also, another question is at the lobby, the tower. On top of it, it seems like you have some glass, the skylight parapet wall to wrap around. Let me see which rendering it is.
Is this the one on screen you're thinking of?
Oh yeah, so I want to know, like, so it from the interior, is it the wood ceiling on second floor? Will it wrap around the structure to the top, or?
And there is a drop ceiling that's shown in wood in the rendering here inside the lobby. And so what you're seeing on the exterior is actually a metal panel behind the structure that finishes off the top.
Okay, so the finish would be the same as the.
Yeah, and so here's the wood ceiling here at the top, and then this is indicating a metal panel that wraps around the top here.
Okay, so the metal panel, the finish would be the same as the on the sample board?
Similar. Yeah.
Okay. So other glass, yeah. Okay, so may I know the glass, the actual, what type of the glass is on the parapet, the angled part? Is it like self-clean, or how can you maintain it to be as clear as you are showing on the rendering?
Oh, so this being a two-story building, this would be all serviced from the ground. And so with just regular cleaning and maintenance from the ground, it's just simply moving up on a lift to get to the glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And so we don't have to come from above with any kind of davit or
I
window
see.
washing
So
system.
even the angled part on the rooftop, it's
That's right.
okay.
That's right.
Okay, that's all my question for now. Thank you.
Peter? One other question, Chuck. One other question for the architect, please. I notice on the sample board, both the terracotta and the limestone colored panels seem to be really a concrete, precast concrete with a limestone and terracotta color. Is that correct?
It's that sample there. And so if limestone implies a lighter color, but it's a light gray, and
Right,
it is a
so
terracotta.
My question is, have you considered using a real terracotta, clay, which is integrally colored?
That is actually a real, that the color is limestone and red. And so they're both clay terracotta samples, correct?
Materiality of it is clay, not concrete.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Ms. Kendra?
I am actually without question on this one. Thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
David? You?
Would somebody like to begin our discussion here? Okay,
I
Peter.
have a couple comments since I
Yeah.
didn't make any questions. I'll jump in here. It's very interesting to see the presentation of this project back to back with the one that we just viewed. I think that there's some successes here that are sort of some of the comments. Again, I don't like to compare projects, but there's some successes here that I think are notable. One being that you guys really, as much as this is a laboratory space, we need to keep it sort of not exactly hermetically sealed, but sealed. You guys are still doing an air intake exchange, right? Getting fresh air to inside the building. In the moments that you can do a ventilated space, you are utilizing that. And with a massive bifolding operable window, which I find very interesting and very compelling. I also would say that the front facade with the garden landscaping feels very inviting from that California Avenue side. And then in addition to that, you've got this back barbecue area that sort of directly ties into the parking lot. And I think both of those spaces are really very successful. All that being said, now I do admit the terracotta is not my jam, but I can appreciate the aesthetic for what it is. So the personal preferences aside, I do think that this is an interesting, compelling building that's been very well thought out. So kudos to you. But that's it for my commentary at this time.
I'll just work down the line here today. I agree with what Kendra says. I think the site planning and the landscaping is exceptional. The landscaping has taken a big jump since we previously saw it. And I really buy what you say. It's a convincing presentation because it's a convincing design. So I don't really have anything to add to that. I'm going to focus on three things. So I agree that the amenities can go where your tenant wants to put them. I think the bicycles need to be stored close to the entrance. And what you had proposed earlier was a bicycle storage locker repair facility. I don't remember quite what it was, but it was at the back corner of the building where if you rode your bicycle, then you had to either walk around the entire building or through somebody's lab or something. And we asked, and I still feel that that needs to be proximate to the entrance in a positive way. So when you ride your bicycle to work, it's not a negative thing. So I think you still need to do that. And I don't accept that that can be a tenant improvement kind of improvement. It needs to be right now. So not all the amenities, but the bicycle storage is a big thing for me. Your tower element is no longer a tower, it's a corner. And to the architect, what you've done is taken the glass facade of the tower and made it flush with the terracotta facade of the building at the second level. And I find that unfortunate. I think you should either treat it like a corner, so do something with the terracotta, wrap it around, or project it from the building so you still keep that element separate from the facade. That would require changing your floor plan and other design changes. But I understand that the tower itself is an appendix that's been taken out. And I'm sorry, but that is important that we hold those standards. But right now it's sort of halfway. And so I suggest that you just give one more round of thought to how you treat that. That was the question from my colleagues regarding the glass and the ceiling, and all that hangs together. And I think it's because it's being treated the same as the building aid. It's absolutely not. So I suggest just a little bit of thought on that. And then lastly, it's the materials. I look at the terracotta samples here, and something about them doesn't feel as rich as I would like a terracotta to be. And my initial reaction was, this is some kind of a concrete product. When I look at it now, it's clearly a mix of, got some other pieces in the mix that are white. And so many pieces of your places in your design have edges of this that will be visible. You have the panels with a reveal between them. You have mitered corners. You have places where the limestone and the terracotta come together. What I fear is that you'll be able to see the edge of this panel. And by seeing the edge, you'll see the cut, which is not terracotta anymore. And that to me is not a high quality material, which is what we're asking for. So I would like to see, perhaps just on a subcommittee or something, a little more thought being made to the exact selection so that the edges look like the face of the material. So it looks homogeneous and perhaps a little richness to the red. To me, I don't know if my colleagues will agree or not, but to me, it's just a little bit flat, and the limestone color is sort of blah. It doesn't have a richness that I associate with limestone. So those are very subjective terms. But I'm just, that's what I feel when I look at these. And I guess that's humorous, but it's really important. This building is all about that terracotta facade. And when that has a rich feeling to it, it's so powerful. It looks like old clay tile. It's wonderful. When it looks like colored concrete, it's blah. So those are my comments. Overall, I will be able to support this project. Thank you.
Here, so let's go this way.
You want to do Yingxi first? Okay.
Well, we don't have to. We could start at either end. The other one.
Okay, I'll go. Sorry, Yingxi, stealing your thunder. Okay, well, yes, I'll agree with a lot of what my board members have said. I actually appreciate your adjustment and not needing the DEE. I actually think the way you've treated that corner is kind of nice, at least at the parapet. But I would agree with board member Balte. I think there can be more done to modulate that facade a bit. You know, in our last project, we talked about how their glass was really monolithic. And I feel like there's a little bit of that happening here as well, that really, like, as you're looking down that side, there's no modulation in and out, and it just feels very like long and unrelenting. What I really liked about your old back facade, I think we mentioned it last time too, your like fins, they looked really great. And I think we just wanted, you know, something a little bit more, and I'm a little sad it's gone, honestly. I thought it was just gonna, I thought that comment was supposed to be like a small adjustment, but I like, you know, the activation that you're doing there. But you still also now have a big monolith of glass back there now that you didn't have before. And those are my main issues actually with at least the three sides of the facade. The California side facade's really great. It's got all those like ins and outs, the angles, it looks really cool. But the other three sides have these like long swaths of like glass and monolith. And I know that one of those at least is south facing or southwest facing. And maybe there's more to be done in terms of adding more texture to those facades and making those a bit more interactive. And I would agree. I mean, I actually like the red color that you have on the material palette, but I would agree that the gray is a little lackluster. I think there could be more. I mean, in the renderings, these almost look like silver. And so I wonder if there's another material that might just like shine a little bit more, or that could give a little bit more pop with addition to those textures. And even some of the moves that you're doing on the California side with the angles, to bring that in elsewhere along the facade. I think that's what was cool about the backside is you had the angles, they were just slightly different interpretation, and I know you're trying to maximize your area here. I understand that. But maybe there is something that can be done to kind of bring it in and out. Those are my main comments. Landscape is also lovely. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into that. So I will just leave my comments there for now.
Thank you for your application. I really like the site plan, and the landscape is really wonderful, and all the outdoor space you provided for the occupancy is really nice. Material wise, I agree with my colleagues that it seems like it's not rich enough, especially for the gray color. And also, if you still want to think about use of the terracotta material, maybe I would like to see a detailed treatment at every corner. How will you do that? And for the front elevation, the tower thing, I'm not sure if we want to really emphasize the tower element by pushing it more, projected more. I think it also looks nice. It's the same detail when how the glass meet the terracotta tile, it's just consistent, and I do like it. And when I see the elevations, I can see the glass grids just lined up. It's very clean. So to me, I'm just fine with what they're showing now. And that's all my comments now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, board members, for all of the comments here. They're pretty simple comments, I think, because the building is pretty successful. But I have some thoughts to add to it. One general thought I will tell you, it's functionalism. You know, I sort of didn't think about it the first time we reviewed the project, but it reminded me of laboratory buildings, and I was thinking about Kahn's laboratory for where was it anyhow? There's a wonderful Kahn building that Louis Kahn, and those outside elements that are up, those are ventilation, those are mechanical functional relations, whereas this is an entirely a decorative kind of idea to the outside of the building. And honestly, I would rather see something that's functional, but that's my own bent. On the other hand, I love the look of it, but it is an entirely addition that's aesthetic only and non-functional. It would have been interesting if, for example, it were some storage bits or something that related to the function of the building on the inside, but they are not. Do we accept that kind of different approach to a front of a building that's for that reason only? That's just sort of a general comment. I want to just go back over the issues that were raised, the bicycle storage issue. I think that it's not unreasonable to get them to the locations where you have them. And then I think that, you know, you're likely to go up maybe the closest one, which is the kind of second entry there, which isn't going to be filled with cars coming out in the morning when people come on their bicycles. You know, we'll have to be careful on the way out maybe, but that's okay because they're going in the same direction. So it's a safe area in the back. I assume that the inside there has got a little storage thing to it. Is that sort of for repairs, et cetera, used potentially? Didn't ask that question before.
Yeah.
Bicycle repair kind of a situation. Well, it's that we don't have to deal with that in detail, but it seemed reasonable that the inside storage in that area could be for that use. I agree with Commissioner that the lobby height is perfectly fine. That all over the building, you're relating materials to materials on the same plane. And that's really important here. It leads to another question, of course. But in effect, the tower having been reduced, you know, I was very much in favor of a high tower, but on the other hand, it looks very good the way it is and the way it relates one material to another. The materials, the richness and the color of it, I think it would have been helpful to us to have seen more detailed drawings of how you're going to make those corners really happen. You really have to either miter them or so I'll give you answer that one.
We plan to miter the corners and there will be no exposed edges on the terracotta to assuage that concern.
Yeah, it will be mitered edges. Boy, that's a tricky one to make sure they do a good job of something.
That's right. And we're working closely with the fabricator to develop those details so that we don't have less than quality material impact on the building.
So, you know, if you're bringing two pieces of different material up to a corner like that, and one is a completely different color than the other one, it really is something that we have to think about a little bit here, because that's quite a jarring kind of interrelationship of materials. Maybe somehow there shouldn't be such a change of materials. I'm not saying that you necessarily go back to red materials for everything, but it's something that nobody's really dwelt on here in the detail, that understanding what's going to happen. What is that going to look like when you bring two colors up to each other and they meet at a corner like that, I'm going to open that up for a little bit further discussion here around the table, because to me, it's a kind of a extreme situation.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And that's one of the reasons we have spent a lot of time working with the
Texture.
fabricators and the manufacturers to understand exactly what the tolerances are for the terracotta materials. And in fact, it's one of the reasons we moved away from the wood look metal panel that we had meeting the
Absolutely.
terracotta. So
Yeah.
we're just working with terracotta to terracotta. And that's going to be a much
Texture to
cleaner.
texture as
That's
well.
right. That's right. Texture to texture as well.
Okay, all right. So it's in my mind that it has to really work, that idea, you know.
I think there are also on A5.1 to 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3, there are some wall sections. Might be able to take a look at that. Stan, I don't know if you can maybe talk about that a little bit in terms of how the material connects with itself or to disparate materials.
Yeah, this doesn't show the specific miter connection
no,
in plan. So
right.
these are the
Right.
joints,
I
and
think
that's a very
5.3 has it.
You know, just having
Yeah,
worked on
go to 5.3.
those kind of details before, you know, one thing meeting another at an angle. Yeah, well, you know, somehow that has to be very big for me to see what that feels like.
Yeah.
So, you know, I agree that the landscaping is really quite terrific. You know, I have no problems with that. I'm really glad that you're kind of enclosing it for people who are sitting there so they don't, you know, I didn't see any car in any of those renderings. I'm sure you did that on purpose. Right? Well, I don't know if it dealt with all of what my opinion is on these in terms of whether or not the bicycle issues should be further addressed and discussed as a board here. It's a gutsy building, and I really like the depth and so on of it. So it isn't just another piece of glass frontage to the street. So in a way, you know, it doesn't speak specifically to the function, but it's nice to see a textural depth and sculptural quality to a front of a building like this. I think it brings the scale down to something more residential, not exactly, but it shouldn't be. But it certainly brings the scale down from something that is an all glass exterior. And it is different than the one we just looked at in that way. So I think I could go along with that idea. So I'm pretty much done. Any additional follow-up comments?
Do you think we could take a straw poll? I made a comment about the texture on the facade where I felt like the glass and the terracotta being aligned with each other felt monolithic. And that, so I guess I would want to see, I mean, I could approve. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Well, okay, let's not go there yet. But I guess the question is, what does the board feel? Does the board feel like there could be more texture, more ins and outs? I mean, I feel like the California facade is really perfect in that way. There is a lot of ins and out, a lot of texture, a lot of dynamism, but like, at least from a pedestrian that's on the street, they're just going to see these, like, you can see it in the rendering in the front here. They're just going to see this big flat wall for the most part along the side of the building. And could it use a little bit more in and out, a little bit more texture, a little bit more dimension?
So Osma, can I ask, so if we're looking at this cover rendering, which is also a 6.2, are you basically thinking that maybe those glass stretches that are within the brownish box be sort of a recessed in? Is that sort of what we're talking about?
You mean like along the back of the building or along the side,
Yes,
right?
that sort of brown box on
Yeah.
the left side, if that glass
would-
just gets pushed in by 6 inches, something like that. Is that sort of the intent of what your comment is along the lines of? Something
Or something like
Okay.
that, or like, maybe since there is this language of canting, that maybe there's like a canted texture, like, the texture on the old back facade along the side might be really nice, where you can kind of see, these like kind of canted fins or something like that along the side. And yeah, maybe just punching the window, I don't really think punching the window will really do it, honestly, because I think it still is a planar. So for me, when I look at this building, the partie of this for me is this like solid red box that you've carved into it. And when you carve into it, you see the white and the silver. And then on the side, you know, some of that's kind of come out on the side and stuff. But I feel like that partie of like carving kind of loses steam as you go along the backside of the building. And so that's kind of what I'd be encouraging.
Sure,
the
and
designer.
appreciate the comment. And I would say that for the California elevation, that we were deliberate in working with the massing and the scale of that facade in direct response to the neighbors across the street. So we wouldn't have exactly what you termed as monolithic, so that we have scale, texture on that facade in particular. And that's why there's less glass also on that facade, and in part to deal with potential light spillage. And so that's one of the reasons that we have the deeper recess, which goes to more of a functional issue as opposed to purely aesthetic.
Yeah, and I have a lot of, I think we all really, really like what that's looking like. I think it's really more of just, and you know, in some ways, we're not going to, the public is not really going to see the backside. It's going to be your tenants, but we are going to see the sides a little bit. And so my concern is really more along the sides, and then maybe, you know, suggestion to bring it around the back.
So you're saying, what to sort of speak to your comment, you know, yeah, sorry. And I think if, you know, what you're looking for, the perspective in the front is kind of shows you what's right in front of you. But when you stand back a little further, the trees are going to overlap a lot more on that whole facade than, you know, than you're imagining. So I don't think you're going to really be looking at that facade. This, on the side of the building there, the cutout where the entry is a major change in dimension at that point. So if your two pieces on the very side of it are very flush looking, and that carries all the way around, you know, on both sides of it, I think it's reasonable that it is like that, you know, that the decision is made between the front, which is facing California Avenue, which is very sculptural and scaled down, and the sides, which are very blocky and defining that recessed entry with a balcony above, et cetera.
I like the recessed entry. I'm fine with the blocking of the massing, as it were. I just think there's like an extra level of scale and dimension that can go even further than where it is right now. I think it's too blocky in some ways.
Can you look, Osman, A6.6? I think it shows perhaps more realistically the facade.
Yep.
And I think what you're asking is the glass two-story element, the AKA the tower, should that be somehow differentiated from the limestone terracotta?
No, I like the glass entry the way it is. My issue is the two masses on either side of it that are the office masses that are kind of like the terracotta frame with the two-story glass
So if the
element.
windows were pushed back into that a little bit, so you saw the thickness.
Pushed, canted, given some kind of texture, fins, something to kind of make that not just like a rectangle. Like I think it needs more than just, I'm going to say like a SketchUp push-pull. I don't want to call it that, but you know, it needs just one more level of detail, one more level of refinement to make the entry shine the way it does. Because the entry is nice and smooth, and I can see that it wants to be different from everything else. But I do think it's yeah, it needs just a little extra level of detail and texture and refinement on these the terracotta glass framey parts.
How would the ARB feel about a shadow box around the glazing in those two gray masses that we're talking about? So just simply framing until that's not flush glass the way it's shown in the rendering, to give it an enhanced level of detail, articulation, a bit of expression. So it's not just flush glass with flush terracotta. And we can study that. Certainly we can come back in subcommittee as needed or review with staff.
We'd be open to recessing it.
Recessing,
Recessing,
right.
I like
canting
that idea.
something, you know,
Yeah. You just
Finding
want a
some-
little more dimension.
just a little something,
Some depth.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it that. I mean, think about, I would say like what you would like, how you're kind of framing your entry. Like, do you want it to be this like river of cants and then it's this one solid thing that takes your attention? Because right now it's all solid, so it
Yeah.
just doesn't like feel different.
Yeah.
Um,
We can play.
we
with
can look at that.
Yeah. On,
So, it becomes a question of forward and backward as well.
Right.
You you can either box it in with an element around
Right.
it that
Right.
pulls it forward or pulls it back, or you set it in just a couple of inches so that it has some cut in the volume that way, I guess I am also concerned about when you bring materials right up to each other, because you're doing it all over the building here. What is it really going to look like when you really build that?
I would jump in here, though, that I probably have a different opinion than David here, where I love those two colors coming together. And I love their sort of a knife edge that they're mitered together. I think that that's really evocative. And the fact that they are emphasizing those canted, pushed in spaces by that color change and by that sort of very sharp edge. The concerns about the construction notwithstanding, I think that it's a very interesting use of that material. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there on that.
I'll second that as well. I actually really like the two colors coming together as well.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Ozma's question about the texturality of the whole facade. And I guess I just keep looking at A 6.6, thinking that it certainly meets the findings of high quality design. We could push it a little bit farther perhaps, but I'm just starting to get uncomfortable that we're being architects and let them to figure it out. So yes, I can support perhaps taking a little look at it.
In
I
detail.
don't think it should be mandatory. I think you should take
No,
our
I
advice
actually,
on that.
that's simple to do. We would be happy to.
So
Study
I
some
think
more.
if I were the architect, I would take one more pass at it, given
I
that
would
feedback.
I would say it's like our human scale design mandate,
Yeah.
that it's kind of, and we've seen, especially in the Bay Area, there's a lot of office buildings that have these large swaths of glass and like it's everywhere and the low slung kind of thing. And I have a lot of critique having seen that a lot now. It's like, man, I wish they just did this one extra thing or just something, just to make our environment. It's going to be here for 50, 60, 100 years, who knows? And it's going to be everybody. This is the boulevard entry, right? Everyone's going to see this when they come down. And then Yingxi also pointed out there's some other parts around here.
Yeah, I wanted to be very clear to the applicant because the same detail happened all the way around the building, the glass flush with the terracotta tile. For example, the A 7.0, the rendering from the back of the back, it's the same treatment of between the detail between the glass and the terracotta. So do we want it to be the same to change as well, or it's just the two boxes at the entrance?
Yeah. That's why I'm uncomfortable just telling him to put a shadow box around it or to cant one of them.
Yeah, I mean, for the backside, technically that's not.
And even the south side is still the same.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I think the direction I would ask the board to consider is to ask the architect in a subcommittee maybe to just look at the detail, the connection between the glass and the terracotta, and consider adding more texture, more variation, more different types of shadow. There's, I recently passed by Google's kind of building some stuff, along the Baylands, and they have these buildings that have this long glass facade. They've added different things just to break it up. And so as you're looking at it from the side, it's just actually got this like medley of interest, and you can kind of walk through and feel different things. It's not just like one glass thing all the way. So it's that would be the consideration that I would ask the applicant to study.
My comment on that is just if you could do it this way, it'd be great. Okay. That's my If you could do it this way, it'd be great. On recording. I assume that you've had some look at the detail as you move through this.
That's correct.
So I want to give you approval right now. I don't think you have to come back with a lot of details. If you really can come back to committee with whatever else there is, I'm sure you'll bring in the detail that shows exactly how you're going to do it. It has to be waterproof. There are other considerations that you build into a project like this. So if you're bringing it up to exactly the line of the outer facade, then show us how that is done. Somewhere or other, there has to be some little reveal in the detail of this, and that is all in the detail. I think it should remain as a box. I think it should be as much as possible, be as best a box you can build, with it flush as flush as you can do it.
So maybe this is why we should do a straw poll, because I disagree with that, right?
Okay.
Because I think that it should be not just a box. I think it needs to have texture and it needs to have
Okay.
dimension.
Let's have a straw poll.
Okay. Is the straw poll clear for everybody? The straw poll is being in favor of having the side facades that appear very flush, where the glass is very flush with the terracotta, to ask the designer to add more texture and modulation along those facades.
To ask her to consider
Consider in a subcommittee. Yeah. I'd open it to the designer. Yeah. To consider whenever there is glass and terracotta together and these large swaths where there is a lot of it, to consider adding modulation and sort of a human scale element to it. That's the straw poll.
Okay, let's take a vote on that.
Considering the other facade, I would say no. Just because, yeah.
Ozma,
Yeah, I'm in favor.
I'm in favor of that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm in favor of asking consideration.
I would ask for consideration, but not make it a requirement.
Yeah, it's just a consideration.
All right, I'm not the deciding vote here, but I agree with your comment. I would ask for consideration, but not for a requirement.
Okay.
So there's some, would you
So that could go to
consider it not
subcommittee.
for a requirement?
Yeah. We could recommend approval and then just have it go to subcommittee.
Okay.
I'd be open to that.
Could I, David, ask about the thing you brought up, which I didn't pick up on the plans, that the front thick massing, that 3 or 4 foot thick facade is actually just a rain screen added on. Is it possible to make that interior space in there? Certainly some of them are 10 or 12 feet wide. Is there a reason you can't make that into actual space in the building?
I looked at the way it was constructed, and.
See the detail on 5.3?
Yeah, I looked at the detail. They've detailed it as a rain screen. And the
Yeah.
building is just a monolith, but I'm asking if it's possible to do that.
Yeah, I think you're talking about how it kind of breaks in and out, right?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah. So if they were to, and this is something that we did have conversations about
Square
during
footage.
the application, is yes, that it would be square footage, right? And
There's a
so-
note on the plan that it's already been counted that way, though, which I think it should be because it's so big. So I'm just
Yes,
asking
we-
more from a constructability and really a useful function. I mean, some of them are so small that you can't do much, but
Yeah.
some of the spaces are pretty large.
Yeah. And you
To
would
me,
think you
there's
could
just
do a
something to the-
recess into the space and it would be useful on the
There's
inside.
just something to
It's
the
like
integrity of it that appeals to
shelving.
me.
Coat closet, janitor sections.
So I think
Just like
it's beyond
plant
our
wall.
purview to some degree, but I'm asking what you think about that.
Why?
It's something we looked at and we talked in some detail with staff about whether or not we could include that usable interior space, partly in response to total allowable area. We did not. That said, if that's of interest, we can certainly explore the technical feasibility of doing that, although that's not how these, we call them cubbies, were originally conceived.
Staff, is that included in the area calculations now, or do they suffer an additional area penalty?
Yeah, so looking at a 0.4, that's the FAR calculation table. So those little like bulbs that you basically see, or wedges that you see, those do count as floor area currently.
So the issue really is one of constructability and then practicality. Is it something you can use from the inside? I'd like to say that I think from the exterior point of view, I'd prefer that those were functional parts of the building. But I'm not comfortable mandating that either.
Yeah, I would say I don't think it actually makes any difference to the exterior of the building, whether or not those spaces are used. However, every square inch in this city is worth money. So if you're already counting it, might want to consider using it for something, whether it's like we said, ducting, closets, plant niches, something.
I was just gonna say, I think our plan, I do appreciate that, but I think it's easier for us from a space planning and how laboratory casework lays out to have it straight than to have the indents. I'd rather have the depth and dimension on the outside as an aesthetic.
Oh, no, we're not asking you to change that.
Keep the outside exactly
Yeah, yeah.
We're just saying, couldn't you functionally use some of the interior space where you don't have structure? Or even if you do have structure across shelving,
Sure.
books. We don't use books
Yeah,
anymore.
it's conceivable to use that space, although we're not counting on it. And as mentioned, it's not efficient for laboratories, just given the way laboratories tend to be planned.
Yeah.
That said, there is potential, but
Potential for that.
It's
So
Stan, right?
maybe
Yeah.
when
So
talk
don't
to
you think the comparison to Louis Kahn is flattering?
I'm
So
sorry,
so
I
take
just said
that,
Now
take
look
that,
what's
take that
happened.
for what it's worth. Think about it.
take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Okay, someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I move that we approve this project as presented with the caveat that there's a subcommittee for the modulation of the window facade where they meet the terracotta.
I'll second.
Second?
You want a second?
I'll second.
Can I suggest two friendly amendments, please? One is I'd like to see the bicycle parking area more proximate to the entrance, the center of the building.
Could we do that? Yeah. Okay, let's take a vote on the
Well,
friendly
that's-
amendment first.
Is that amendment acceptable?
I don't think it's necessary. I think the location is actually reasonable.
Okay, so,
She-
well, no, she's not accepting it, so.
She's not accepting. You-
Yeah, yeah, I think the current look.
So it's an unfriendly amendment at this point.
So I just want to see Osman's eyes if she's going to support this or not, because otherwise I'm wasting my time.
Where are you suggesting that it, I
Someplace-
saw it the other day.
Someplace that's closer to the center of the building where the elevators, the bathrooms are.
But wouldn't you want the bikes to come straight in from the outside and straight into that?
Yeah, imagine if the bikes
Space?
Came in the backside and then we went right into the lobby though.
I feel like as a bicyclist, I don't even use bike storage. I just bring my bike and I put it next to my desk.
Okay, I'll withdraw my request for that amendment.
Well, it's because bike storage, well, no, you make a good point. It's because bike storage is always the forgotten closet out in the far back. Nobody will use
Remember
it.
you're requesting the bike storage at the funeral, the mausoleum right in the front. I mean, come
Okay.
on. Osman.
I would second asking the applicant to reconsider the bike location. It's just a
We
consideration.
already asked them to do it. They're not going to reconsider it differently.
Did we ask them the first time?
Yes. Now you have to say what we want.
Well, what are we going to do with that? Interesting.
Okay,
reflection of the front of
my
the
second
building.
request for an amendment is that we ask to see the terracotta and limestone materials samples and more details as to how those materials actually come together. It can be a subcommittee item, but more detail.
This is to be a part of the.
This is a friendly amendment to the
Friendly
motion.
Yeah, so I'm
Yep,
asking
it's
if we can. add that to
Acceptable to me.
Do you, sorry, can I add one more friendly amendment potentially?
Let's see if nobody.
Did we vote on the friendly?
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, acceptable.
All right, so one of them today wins.
And I'd like to add another friendly amendment to ask the designer to consider a stronger material for the gray terracotta. To consider like a less,
Well, can we say both of them? Richer materials for both?
I'm more concerned about the gray.
And I'm more concerned about the red.
Okay, then maybe we do both. We do both.
Just a second look at the material color palette. Is that what we're looking for?
That's fine.
Okay. So the friendly, so basically the motion is to approve as considered with the, a subcommittee for the modulation of the glass within the terracotta elements with two friendly amendments. One being we'd like to see a terracotta sample detail and how those connect a little bit more clearly. I know that we do have those on one of these packet pages, but a little bit more of a possibly actually physical sample would be helpful. And then a stronger material color selection.
Stronger.
Richer material.
Richer is the right word.
Sure.
I'll second.
Okay,
Moved and
is
seconded.
that acceptable?
Yeah, acceptable and second on that.
Can we just add a note that we do plan to have a mock-up of the actual material, so.
Yeah, good.
So
That'd be
that
great.
will help everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just have a question on the richer material. Are you proposing different colors, a variation of the gray, or a whole new material?
I think it's just a variation. Yeah, because I think the comment that maybe Board Member Valte and I made were that we see the color here and it looks like a silvery, shiny, lighter color. And then when we see the material, it's kind of a dull, dark gray color. And so something that would be in tune with the design intent is, I think, would be looking for.
There's a building on, I think it's Waverly Street up here, 626 Waverly, with a terracotta paneled facade. And the richness of that terracotta is what pulls off a large part of the success of that design. And if you just go look at that material, you'll see it. You can go right up close, you can see it from all sides, and it's the same thick piece of clay tile all the way through. It really is successful for that building. If you had this material at that location, it would not be as good. I'm sorry, I can't describe richness any better than that.
Okay.
It's not blah, right? Exactly.
It's the opposite of blah.
Anti-blah, yeah, we'll put that.
Put that in the code.
Put that in
right?
the code.
It's a
Exactly.
technical
I just
term.
want to, I just want to reiterate the motion one more time, so I make sure that I get it right. So there's the first, it was a recommendation to approve to return to subcommittee. And the three items in the subcommittee was to study the modulation along the window facade where that terracotta material in the window facade occurs. Is that correct? Okay, right where the glass meets the terracotta. Okay, sorry, let me just write that real quick. Okay, it was asked to see a detail of kind of the terracotta materials and how they come together, correct? Both either the red or the gray or whichever one they go forward with, how those materials come together. And then lastly was to consider richer material for both the terracotta pieces.
And it could be color.
Okay,
Just
could be color.
color.
Yeah, material and or color.
You want to do that?
All right, let's call for a vote.
Vice Chair Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yeah.
motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations.
All right, let's officially have a 10-minute break. For lunch.
They can come back.
Eat fast. California Avenue Building refresh. A public hearing quasi judicial 414 California Avenue, 22 PLN 00207. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of minor board level architectural review to allow the removal, replacement of existing stucco with new tenant colors, rooftop mechanical equipment, 2 parking lot trees, front breeze block screen wall and facade, new landscaping and new signage, environmental assessment exempt from provisions of SEQA per section 15301 zoning district CC to RP community commercial. Okay, thank you. Disclosures. Is it the site?
I disclosed that I visited the site.
Next.
Not this week, but yeah, I have been there before many
Okay.
times.
Also not this week, but I've also been there a lot of times.
Visited the site last week.
Okay, and I visited yesterday. So, staff report.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Garrett. I'm the project planner for this application. As the chair had noted, this is an application to refresh the building. There's existing stucco on the side of the building that has deteriorated over the years. And so the applicant is looking to remove that, as well as the breeze block system that is located on the front of the building currently. Just some quick overview of the application. As the chair had mentioned, this is a community commercial zone district. The existing site is a bank building and has been a bank building since 1958, when the building was originally constructed. The site is about 0.37 acres, about 16,231 square feet. As I noted, the building the project is mostly looking to refresh the building, remove the stucco, paint the building to match the applicant's, the tenant's color scheme that they have. So it would be to paint the color to be a gray blue, which is included in the plan set, as well as the material boards that are here for you to look at. Also to install a horizontal gray metal panel along the front of the building underneath the overhang roof structure that projects out from the front of the facade of the building. And also to install new tenant signage as well. They're also installing on the rooftop new mechanical screening that will serve to buffer views from the facility or from that mechanical equipment from the street on either the back or the front side, which is something that the staff always works towards for all new projects. And then the additional ground cover landscaping that they will be providing will be a majority native species. So you can see kind of here on this right-hand side image, this is a picture of the building from back in the day. Staff had, given the unique nature of the breeze block system, staff had brought on consultant Page and Turnbull to evaluate the property to determine whether or not it was a historic resource. And this is included in attachment E to your staff report. What they had identified was that there were some components of the building that could have contributed to it being registered as qualifying for the California Register of Historic Resources. But those components of the building have been modified over the years, not specifically by this tenant, but just modified over the years such that the integrity of that historic element is no longer, it's diminished, so it's no longer eligible to be listed. And in particular, what some of the elements in particular you could think of is what you see in this image back here. This is a glass tile material that had been mosaic that had been imprinted onto this building back when it was constructed. And within this area, you can see behind this car, there previously was a teller machine that basically just punched right in the middle of it. And back in the 80s, there had also been kind of this stucco kind of put over that space. So that element in particular has been compromised at this point. So it's, that was one of the leading reasons for why, in conjunction with other kind of design elements like the breeze block, this building would not be able to be considered eligible for the California Register of Historic Places or Resources. Another item about the site, even though they are requesting to remove 2 trees within the parking lot, the site currently already exceeds the required parking lot shading coverage requirements, which is 50%. They currently have utilizing trees 3, 4, 5, and 6. As you can see here, they currently exceed that 50% shading canopy and have about 60% canopy in that location. Here is an elevation from the plan set where you can see this is the tenant logo that they're identifying that they're looking to install for Silicon Valley Bank up at this kind of top edge here, as well as along this horizontal panel. You can see this is in the background. If you imagine, this is obviously just a two-dimensional facade image, but in the background of the rear of the building is where they're going to install this rooftop screening for the mechanical equipment. Here you can see again that mostly just what the only work that's happening is that the existing stucco is to be removed and replaced and then painted this gray blue color, as I noted. All the existing glazing on the building is proposed to remain, so there isn't any intent to remove that storefront system. It is intended to retain that as well, and is primarily just this work is focusing on removing the breeze block system and then also removing the existing stucco on the building. This is along the rear. And so here's just some images of the Silicon Valley Bank signage. Both of these signs conform to the sign program, the sign code allowances. Some key input items. So as I mentioned before, the building will retain the stucco material, which is similar to buildings in the context of this property. So even though this existing stucco is removed, along the entire area of California Avenue, across the street and adjacent to this property, many of those buildings have stucco. And so retaining stucco, even with this proposal, will kind of continue that consistency across the street. The removal of the breeze block system does not impact any sort of historic resource, but it would help to make the building more structurally sound and safe. And then the proposed design will help to open the facade of the building to make it more visually attractive for pedestrians as they come across, more open and inviting to pedestrians as they come across the site. And staff's recommendation at this time is to approve the application based on the findings and conditions of approval noted in the staff report. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Garrett. Do we have any questions for Garrett here?
Yes, Garrett, in our earlier meeting, you had suggested that there's an engineering report as to why the breeze block needs to be removed. Could you direct me to that, please?
Yes, that is on page A1.45.
Oh, it's in the application there. Okay.
Yes, it's in the plan set.
Would you mind just summarizing that for me, please?
Yeah, so at the end, they identify that the existing structural conditions for the building looks to be safe such that it would be able to survive maybe a minor to moderate earthquake that might occur within the site. That they were having difficulty. They were having some difficulty being able to access maybe more specific structural elements of the concrete breeze block to be able to more clearly define how capable it would be to withstand those similar types of events. But that obviously retaining it does create that, given how long it's been there, does create that conflict of, will this potentially, will this material collapse or potentially fall? It is concrete, so it's not necessarily, wood paneling or anything like that. So it was much thicker, denser, and heavier. So anything that crashes down from that obviously causes a lot more damage. So there was some concerns there just related to whether or not that facility or that system that's in place now would be able to really withstand any sort of serious event.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if they have a definitive statement about whether those are dangerous or not. And they say they may pose a substantial risk in the case of a seismic event.
That's correct.
And they recommend an investigation. So they're not recommending removal, they're just recommending checking if you need to strengthen them. Is that correct?
It says either strengthen the attachments or replace the grills with lighter ones.
Okay, thanks. That's the question. Thank you very much.
There's no history of what the impact of previous earthquakes in the area on this particular area, on this site, this building, in fact.
It doesn't seem to necessarily say much about that, but I don't remember if you guys still are able to have your structural engineer present or he had to go.
He was not able to stay due to just the timing of the meeting when we, so apologies, but I do have an email with some further clarifications if that's helpful. So
Would
we're working
you,
with,
Chair,
hold
would
on a
you
second.
like, yeah, would you like them to? Okay.
Yeah. So does the applicant have presentation or?
Oh, yeah, they will.
Oh, okay.
They will, but these
So-
are questions to Garrett. and-
Oh, no, neither.
Okay, so then would you introduce the project to us and state your names and spell your names and so we get on the record and you have 10 minutes for this.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the long day and the time today to hear our project. And thank you to the Planning Commission for all the work behind the scenes. I really appreciate it. I'm Ben Crackey with Studios Architecture. That's BENKRACKE. I'm joined here with Lauren Patrick and Kevin Lieberman on the project team alongside me for anything I miss. So we're seeing the screen here. I'd like to go full screen. Great. So we're here to present 414 California Avenue again to you today. We're located on the incredibly popular and vibrant section of California Avenue. The fairly recent rejuvenation of that streetscape has been incredible. We're also located smack dab in the middle of the Uplift local pedestrian streetscape campaign. And our client is extremely excited about renovating this building on this block and really reactivating this vacant storefront and becoming engaging part of the community here. As you heard, the building is from a certain era. When the site was identified, we quickly did our due diligence on it. We did an independent as well as a third-party review that Garrett presented and found no historical significance to the breeze block. The mural in the background was something that we learned. We didn't even know that was there, but you can see here that the previous tenants had punched in an ATM and a night deposit box here and stuccoed over that. So we didn't even realize that that was there. Also, our structural engineer unfortunately wasn't able to join us today, but they did provide some commentary on that. So as part of our due diligence, we had the structural engineers crawl all over this building and try and identify it. The building structurally sound, thank goodness, but the breeze block was flagged as a potential concern. Since then, we've continued to proceed with the project a little bit in the background and design phase. And they've said that this is technically just a light framed structure and the existing blocks are relatively heavy. So these are concrete blocks that depth of that breeze block is 6 inches. And we don't have a strong enough shear wall in the short direction of the building in the area of the blocks. Technically, we don't have any shear wall right under the blocks. So you can imagine if this thing were to rock and roll, those things are not able to support themselves. And that there is a substantial code change in the 1997 UBC, 1998 CBC, and subsequent code revisions penalizing heavy concrete walls and appendages attached to light structure. So in the modern building code, this would not be allowed. And so we took all of that into careful review. And when we realized that it may not be able to be kept or cost effective to keep, we looked at what happens if we remove it. Sorry, here's another enlarged image of that. But we were pleasantly surprised at the proportions of the building when that was gone. It instantly felt a lot lighter and brighter and more friendly facade with the city and the streetscape. The other facade, looking back on it, with it removed now, felt a bit heavy and dark and has really created a barrier between the active streetscape and the facade of the building. So we were pleasantly surprised to see that opened up. We would maintain the 2-story glazing in the back bay here, really accentuate that. We would also introduce new downlighting in that soffit to really upgrade the quality and quantity of light at the pedestrian scale there. The metal panel that was discussed, there's 2/3 of the building are glass on the front facade. The other portion is solid where that ATM used to be. We won't be having an ATM here, but to have it just not be one giant solid blank wall, we introduced the metal panel to add in some scale, a little bit of texture, and also a place to land our company logo so that it didn't just seem like it was stuck to the building. You also see at the groundscape here, proposed expansion of the landscape there to really soften that barrier between the streetscape and the interior of the building. We will be tearing off all the stucco and replacing. You can see here it is not weathered well and really is in need of an upgrade. The color there in front of you is the paint color, but we're proposing an integral color stucco, correct, the one on the left there that Peter's holding. That would be the color of the new building. We quickly wanted to show just some context of our neighbors to the left and right of us. You can see a variety of scales and colors of those stucco facades. And across the street, particularly in this lower image, you can see the brioche and patisse also sort of exploring different colors of those facades in the neighborhood. And so we're interested in doing that as well. We also went back in time a little bit, thanks to Google Street View. Went back to 2013. The building was originally white. It did have this cool gray color for some time, and then it's since been painted the sort of tan beige brown color it is today. So here's that new elevation in context there. That mechanical screen is 54 feet back from the front facade. Again, not really a design element. We are screening it just to do that, but that would be painted the same color as the facade. One quick thing I wanted to note on the existing facade, the north elevation here in the lane, just to the right of our project, is there's an existing drive-through teller window where someone might drive up their car and do a financial transaction. That's not actually allowed per the planning code. We're intending to remove that portion of the building as part of our renovation. But we would maintain the opening. We just want to keep that. We have most likely be the location of the employee break area. Currently, there's only windows are on the front of the building in the back. It'd be nice to have some of that natural light for the employees. So maintain the opening because it's there, but it would not be an interaction or an interactive piece of the building. Signage, thank you, Garrett, for bringing this up. We're well under the allowable signage. There's 70 square feet allowable. Both of our signs combined just tick over 17 square feet. So really subdued. We have the company name and logo on the eyebrow, even with the property line. And then back under that overhang is the blue logo there on the metal panels. Oops. Quick site plan. All of the pedestrian client visitor entry is through the front double doors that will be maintained. The employee only entrance and exit is through the back here. So this is not intended to be a public pathway. One other thing I'll notice is when this parking lot was designed, all of that traffic came off of California Avenue. It's not really relevant anymore. So you can imagine the awkward turn. You would need to take the 90-point turn to reverse your car around in here to enter and leave through New Mayfield. Just quick landscaping plan. We are proposing to remove the two small cherry trees you see here on the bottom right of the image. Most likely would be compromised during the facade renovation, but maintain all of the other significant trees. And if I tick forward, expand the current landscape. So if I jump back and forth between these, you'll see that we are extending the existing landscaping strip to the front doors, adding another one under that metal panel area, turning the corner with that, as well as flanking the new accessible parking space and pathway to the front door with streetscape planting. In our civil submission, we know that this street may stay pedestrian. So we have in our plans in our back pocket the ability to extend this greenway here and connect these two so that we provide an additional barrier between the parking and the pedestrian way if that becomes official. But right now you can enter or and leave much more easy through the back alley. And then lastly, the color scheme here. Apologize for the photos. It's a photo of a presentation through a Zoom link, but you have the actual samples in front of you there. And thank you for your time. We look forward to your comments.
Okay. That's the extent of your presentation. Yeah. Okay. Some questions from the board of here at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this color on the far
Is this color on the far left? That is going to be applied across the whole facade. So right now there's kind of two tones. There's like a light and a dark.
Correct. That would be across the whole facade.
Okay, so there won't be like a two-tone treatment.
slight variation. You see the columns there. So you get some strata lines, but the intent right now is it's one color.
Okay, and so the only part that this metal panel is this, just this piece here in the front?
Correct.
And this white happens along here?
Yes.
What's the material of the
It's also
RCP?
stucco.
It's also
It's
stucco.
today. We'd be replacing any kind of new stucco. It would just be white.
Okay, and are these kind of like floating panels, or is it gonna be a smooth facade or smooth soffit?
We're adding some articulation. Thank you. Sorry. We're adding some articulation under that facade, out of stucco though.
Okay, so I see. So there's gonna be like an articulated
Yeah, so
rectangle.
if that section is about 6 inches, then you'd see a 6-inch reveal and then the existing overhang.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I have a follow-up question on the soffit. So will there be light strip around the floating panel?
No, just the downlights that you see.
Another question on the front elevation, you show the metal panel with different various height. Do you have the dimension?
I could pull them for you. They are proposed to sort of gradiate from larger at the pedestrian scale to smaller above and align with the existing mowing system at some key moments.
So is it like each panel have different height or?
Yes, each panel has
Okay.
a different height and you would
Is
see a
that-
reveal
okay.
just like that, a fully finished reveal. So the assembly here it's just at the assembly, but the color would be what you see on the material board. So looking straight on, you don't see, and they have that insert panel there.
So it's fine.
Yeah,
Oh, but it's gonna be this color.
correct.
And so for the above the roof, is it a requirement to have the screen above the roof or?
Yes, that's our
Okay.
understanding.
Yeah, that's something that we do for a lot of projects, is that whenever someone's putting in new mechanical equipment, we try to screen that from public view.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the application. Have you explored the possibility of preserving or restoring the mosaic sculpture or the mosaic tile on the left of the front facade where the ATM cut through it?
We had not, because such a large chunk of it has been removed. 2 chunks have been removed. And we have not removed the existing stucco. We have not touched the facade of the building, so we don't know what further damage may have been done. I think Page and Turnbull had some existing photos where they saw some of the stucco removed, but it has been refinished multiple times, so we're not sure what's under there, and we would never be able to recreate that particular artist's rendition of this. The documentation is not there.
Thank you. You have 2 large eucalyptus trees at the back of the building, right next to the building. If you're concerned about the trees on the front hurting the foundation, are you not concerned about the eucalyptus in the back being equally poor?
The arborist, they are close. The arborist thought that they were far enough that you could at least get behind them and work, whereas the other 2 trees, it's next to impossible.
So there's no intention to come back later, perhaps, to remove the other eucalyptus as well?
No. We'll maintain them, protect them with all the requirements.
Okay, thank you. Last question is for staff regarding the historic determination. Is there any intent or thought given to getting the Historic Resources Board to review this, look at it, consider about these breeze blocks? There's quite a historic architectural precedent for this design style throughout Palo Alto. Has there been any contact made with the Historic Resources Board about this?
So the Page and Turnbull report actually identified that the breeze block system itself is not historic. If the report had come back identifying that all these other elements were contributing to the building being historic, then yes, we would have gone to the HRB. But given that the report actually said that it wasn't, we didn't feel that it was necessary.
And once you see this mosaic that was there, surely that's historic if it existed still, right? If that mosaic were there intact right now, that would be considered historic.
Potentially, it's not necessarily a clear-cut case. I think a lot of it will, and they discuss it a little bit, a lot of things in particular relate to the individual who creates them, right? The pieces and the elements that are significant or not significant. And then also, everything else associated with the building. So again, given that all those things have been impacted over the years, collectively, They don't bring this building up to that point where we'd say, yeah, this is really historically significant.
And again, there's no process to bring the HRB in until you've already determined that it's historic. We don't want their opinion until we decide it's historic.
I mean, we have internal staff that reviews this as well, you know, including Amy French, our chief planning official. And so it wasn't deemed necessary to go to the HRB for this particular project.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Kendra?
I actually have one more question.
Asma, you have one?
One more, two
One
more.
more.
Sorry. For these lights in the RCP, are they circles or are they squares?
They are circles.
Okay, and do you know what the color temperature is going to be for them? It's not in the cut sheet. so-
It's probably 3,500. We have not selected the final color temperature.
Okay, and is that the case for all the other lights on the other exterior? There's lights along this facade and on the other side?
Yeah, they would all be the same color
same.
temperature. We would not want to mix that up.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few, hopefully, quick questions. You guys have mentioned you're going to retain the existing glazing system on the front. Is it the doors specifically will be removed, or will those be retained exactly as they are?
The double doors would be replaced in kind with glass doors.
Perfect, okay.
Modern hardware.
I was going to say, because, and just to reiterate, these sort of, they're almost shown as floating panels on the ceiling, but those really are just going to be sort of blocked down 6 inches to allow for space for the housing for those lighting units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and all stucco sides, everything's
Yes,
completely
and that
wrapped.
color change would happen at the inside corner.
Perfect. Is there going to be any sort of J channel or some sort of molding break between the two colors, or is it really just going to be a paint stop between the two?
We have not gotten to that level of detail.
No worries, just
but
asking.
There may need to be some movement in there and
Okay.
would allow for a cleaner
Transition.
paint transition, you're correct.
Okay. For the mechanical screening, it looks like the sample is a stainless steel color, stainless steel extruded aluminum of some type. But you had mentioned in your commentary that it would be painted.
It would be, yes, sorry, anodized to match the building. So it would be this color.
Got it. So
here.
it's that extrusion, that color. Okay, perfect.
Correct.
That employee window that you're maintaining on the side, will that be operable?
No.
Just asking.
I've overheard, yes.
I also noticed, you're like, yes, actually. I also noticed that your proposed parking plan looks very different than the one that's in this packet. Could you clarify which one you're actually proposing? Because one of them looked like it was sort of straight on parking and then some linear ones that are parallel parking along the side. Whereas in this packet, everything is sort of showing it's still sort of existing to remain. Which one are you proposing?
It would be the 90-degree parking so that we
Okay.
don't have that 90-degree point or 90-point turn to.
Got it.
reverse out.
But that is not in this parking, in this packet. This
That
packet
has
even
been
on,
developed since that packet was
Perfect.
presented.
Yeah,
Okay.
this application doesn't include those changes. They would have
Got
to
it.
go through a different architectural review.
okay, great. And last question, actually I have two more questions and both of these are a nod to board member Balte here. Bike parking?
I breezed through that. There are 4 existing on this sheet A 1.8. There are 4 existing bike parking spots on the public right of way, right out front of our building.
Got it.
Those will be maintained and hopefully heavily used.
Got it. And then last question, hopefully, is will you be proposing an ATM at
No.
this? Nowhere, nothing on the building. They have to go inside.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
I did want to also respond, Board Member Thompson, on a 1.35 and a 1.34, they do have some details on that recessed light. A 1.35, a 1.35 has the details of the light fixture. 1.34 has the photometrics.
Yeah, the cut sheet's showing circles and squares. That's why I had to ask. And I tried looking for the color. Well, this is really blurry, unfortunately. But thank you. I did see that.
Okay, so, there's one of the things that I became aware of yesterday looking around the site is that the paving around the outside of the building is really a mixture of everything and anything. It appears that the outside where they've installed a new trough cover is somewhat designed, but there's no really detailed drawing of all of the concrete work that's needed in front of the building. And also no sense of, the interior area, whether it's going to be paved differently, colored differently, or whatever, kind of a missing piece in the presentation. So I don't know how we're going to make a final decision on a project like this, and without kind of the detail of the paving.
So is our scope just the building and not the site work?
Well,
Correct.
there's a whole area that's within
I mean,
the
I think
framework of the building.
Yeah, the extent of the changes there would be just some minor landscaping, ground cover landscaping at that
Okay.
front area.
Yeah, we are looking at the entire site, although we need to make sure that any changes we require to the site are in proportion to the renovations that they're doing.
Of course, yeah, you would have to relate. I mean, the
And so
parking
I
lot is.
think, okay, a lot of California Avenue has the glass sidewalk,
The opposite side.
but that's not happening in front of this one, correct?
No, I wouldn't expect that, but
No,
there's-
not on this one. And then underneath, basically where that facade comes down is actually their property. So in front of it, that's where that sidewalk is occurring.
And aren't they usually responsible to replace sidewalks if they're not in the proper condition?
Exactly. There's a standard condition for that if the sidewalks need to be replaced, Public Works would enforce that condition.
Okay, and they would then make another presentation to Public Works with the design of the paving, so it is standard to the city.
Yes, Public Works would handle all of that review.
Okay. So, but there is no concrete sample for the actual area within the building, what you're going to do with the concrete there. Have you thought about it?
We have thought about it, but as my understanding, the interiors was not part of this.
No, I'm talking
application.
about from the column to the building itself.
Got it. Currently, there's no plans to replace that, just to extend the planting. Once you get into the parking lot, we have some ADA issues, so we'd be replacing, but there's no concrete sample.
So the ADA, so there's going to be, at present, there's a step off from the side to the front there. In fact, it's a pretty big step down. I don't know if it meets handicap standards there.
The current condition does not meet handicap standards. The proposed parking that you saw with the 90-degree parking spaces would meet all of the requirements.
And including the level of the passageway.
Correct.
That'll be changed as well.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Those grades will be resolved.
Okay. I wanted to ask about this whole screen here. This is added onto the face of the building.
That's correct.
And as it meets the corner, that's pretty much what we'll see here.
No, so this, you see the attachments. They do make a end panel where you would not see those physical attachments.
You won't see anything.
It would return on itself and be just a hairline joint with the
Hairline
building.
joint at this point, and that's the edge of the building then?
It ends mid panel or it doesn't touch the corner of the building. So you would read the thickness of the panel.
So
it
the
would
building turns back this?
Yes, the
back
building
here.
is in plane with the rear of that panel. But this assembly sample you see there does not convey the end condition. It's sort of just a mid panel, so you can see all the inner workings, but not going to be a finished end panel.
Yeah, go ahead.
For this system, it looks like the panels are cascading in width. Is there somewhere where that's elaborated on, is it thick? Does it like a bunch of the same, and then does it get thinner? Is that detailed out anywhere?
Not in this submission, but sort of you can just read the striations. There would be the similar reveal joint that you see. And so they're a little larger at the pedestrian scale and they get more narrow towards the top. Just looking at, they range from probably 4 feet up down to 6 to 9 inches.
And are there going to be any duplicate panels? Or are they all going to be different sizes?
Right now at the top, maybe end in 2 duplicate panels, but
Okay. The intention is not to have them be like, these
It's-
3 are the same, these 2 are the same, and
no,
those last 3 are
as
the
you see
same.
there, it's sort of depicted
I see.
to get smaller as it goes up.
I have another question, but I can ask after you're done.
Oh, yeah, I'm not quite, the door is, I think it's like a 7'6" door at present, You have any, are you going to increase the size of the door? Have you thought about what that double door is? I mean, I understand your point of view about changing it because it's thick and horrible proportions right now. Have you thought about how are you going to hope to retain the glass exactly the way it is and above?
Right now, we're maintaining the existing fixed glazing around that opening, so we're not
Just
we're not
changing
planning
the
to.
door.
We're just changing out the doors, putting on modern hardware and security.
Okay.
But we're not expanding that opening because once you go beyond that plane,
everything changes.
Everything goes.
Okay. So your client on this is very much in favor of removing the breeze block entirely.
They directed us to look at it. And
they want it removed. They would want it removed.
Yeah, the cost to maintain it and the liability of having it there as is.
Okay. So my question about that is, you're worried about the structural security of it. Well, I suppose you could add a piece of structure below it into the column and therefore you would be able to support it. I'm not saying yes or no to that, but does your structural engineer consider that possibility?
Not in any, just
just
not beyond theoretical, no. And we may have a whole different conversation about adding a thick frame around a breeze block.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Anybody else have any
I do.
questions?
I have one more.
Yeah. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what the design intent and thinking was in the choice of the color.
Of the color?
Yeah, the blue-gray color.
We wanted to freshen up the building. We realized it's a bit of a cooler temperature. We thought that would stand out well among the block, and it accentuated the blue. It looked nicely with the blue of the client's logo. This is not a branded color, but provided as a nice backdrop to the client's colors.
This color?
Yes.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the answers to the questions. So now it's back to us. Anybody want to start? What?
Chair, do we have any public comment?
Oh, do we have any public comment? No, I can't imagine.
I do not see anyone with raised hands.
Okay. Thank you.
And no one in the audience. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I will start. Thank you for your application, and just look at the building itself. I think it's really a good building. It's nice material, and also proportionally it's nice. But considering the contact along the street, I think that front elevation is a little bit out of scale because there are lots of stores, restaurants along the street, and most of them are single-story high. And while you took off the breeze block, it makes this building looks even taller. So I would suggest you to think about add some design elements to make it to be more human scale. Either it could be the landscape, the planter, or provide some extra seating, or maybe have some different more decorative lighting fixtures at the lower level, or maybe have some kind of screen at the same location, just drop down the height to make it more consistent as the neighbors. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, that's number one. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Put yourself
Uh,
off.
We'll go back the other way this time.
Going this way.
Well, yeah, I have to agree with Board Member Chen. It's really hard for me to get behind the design as it is right now, for a number of reasons. The breeze block adds the sort of smaller scale, refinement, articulation, texture that's like completely gone from this design. Along California Avenue, there is this really small scale. And there, I think, you know, as those design guidelines are developing, I think there wants to be a really pedestrian friendly, you know, moment where people have moments of delight and like surprise, and like this design doesn't really provide any of that, unfortunately. And even your one feature wall is just a blank wall. And that's partially why I was trying to get a little bit more understanding of what's happening here, because all of the small scale stuff is happening so far away from a human eye that it's kind of cool to see that up there, I'm sure, but it's not really, I mean, it doesn't really engage with pedestrians at all. And so I would encourage you guys, the applicant, to consider a light, you know, something that's maybe a perforated metal, that's like a lightweight something to kind of bring delight and beauty to these different arches, because right now they're very, like, this building could be anywhere, right? And we kind of want to create character in California Avenue that's really specific. And this building, even if it didn't qualify for the historic register, everybody knows this building. Like, it is iconic itself within the city. And it's kind of a bold choice to take it away. I mean, I understand the structural issues, but if you're going to take it away, it needs to get, there's something, you can't take it away and give nothing back. So currently, and then that's partially also why I asked about the design intent with the color, because if you look at all those context images, California Avenue's got a really warm palette. It's got a really like beigey, white, red, brown. There's kind of this warm with the green accents of the landscape. You're right, there is that kind of one building across the street that's got a gray color. It's kind of dark, so it kind of feels, it's got a, I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe because that building has other things in it, it's less bothersome. But I have a huge issue with the color palette as it is right now. Maybe in conjunction with the design, that it stands out too much. It just feels out of place. It doesn't feel like this belongs in Palo Alto. So right now I can't support the project the way it stands. I also think since this facade that's facing the parking lot is so exposed and we don't know if anything will get built there, there is a huge responsibility to also make that facade not just a monolithic wall. You know, even right now, there's a two-tone in color that actually like creates some dimension there, and to have that all just be one thing, just I don't know, it's not good enough, unfortunately. So I'm sorry that I don't have better feedback. Yeah, I can't say that there's anything that strikes me about this design that I can stand behind. So I apologize.
Yes, thank you for the application. I support what my colleagues have said. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I find her comments accurate, both of them. I think it's unfortunate that we're not able to somehow get a more sophisticated sense of what's history, because to me, this breeze block is so historic to the architects of that day and the time and when they're doing this. If you go to our library, we have these screens of the same kind of breeze block, and it's a shame to just take it away. And I know there's ways you could keep it. And I'm not saying it's beautiful or it's the only solution, but we have so little history here in Palo Alto that to me, it's just sort of sad that we don't find a way to keep these things. I feel the same thing about that mosaic mural on the wall there. I'm sure it's not in good shape, but I'm sure it could be restored too. It's not that complicated. It's not that old. You have good photos of it. And with an owner interested in doing that, those are the kind of touches that, boy, does that bring you a lot of kudos in town. And this is such a pedestrian-oriented street. If you restored that mural, you'd have school kids coming out sketching it. It really would be a positive thing. And so it's sort of sad. I mean, I get what staff is saying, and we don't have a process, and we're not going to require that kind of thing. But it'd be great to have you take that to heart. What struck me going out the other day is that you're facing strong western sunlight in the afternoon, and once the breeze block is gone, you're really going to cook the inside of that storefront. It's going to get awfully hot. And so, I mean, there's a reason those architects put those things there. And you probably have to do something, either really beef up your air conditioning, which isn't really the best solution. In any case, I'd like to though focus my colleagues' attention on the fact that I think we could add a third street tree. There's one tree in the middle of the site, one to the left, and we really could add another one to the right. And it really feels kind of barren in the front. And I don't know, Garrett, if we can require that or ask that, but.
Are you talking about where they have the bike parking?
Yeah, near the bike parking.
One thing, just, I mean, in general, obviously not having gotten maybe a very specific measuring tool right out there. One thing that can become an issue is Public Works obviously usually wants to keep an 8-foot wide sidewalk, 4 feet for accessibility, kind of both ways, lanes of travel.
Yeah,
so that would just be something we'd have to look into.
There's a very wide sidewalk there. There's 2 street trees already. So I would think it's not so much the pedestrian clearance, but there's a drive alley to the right of the bank. And so cars coming out could have their visibility impacted by a street tree. I imagine that's why it wasn't put in. If you look at this photo from 2013, there are no street trees. If you know the history of California Avenue, street trees are significant. They've lost people their job because they didn't handle it the right way. And the street trees were put in for a reason. I suspect the third street tree on the right-hand front corner of the bank near where the parking was not put in because of that drive alley. If we're not going to have cars coming out, then the street tree would be a real positive improvement. It would help the pedestrian scale. And I don't know if it's possible for the applicants to do that or to ask that, but it would certainly be nice. The other thing I call everyone's attention to, and I'm looking at drawing A 1.5, but there's a landscaped area at the front, well, I'll say the front left-hand corner of the parking area. So in this photograph, there's a blue car parked right there. And right now that landscape area is a lot more threadbare looking. And I see you're planning to put a few plants in there, but I would ask if it's possible to find a way to put some more pedestrian amenities like a bench or something that's friendly to people. You have a tremendous amount of pedestrian activity on this street, certainly at certain times when you have the farmer's market. And the more you can just put benches and landscaped areas that are not just a few plants, but things where people can be, benches mostly, really, it's really helpful. So again, Jody says proportional to what they're doing, hopefully adding a street tree and some benches in the landscaping would be acceptable. So that's where my add is to what Osmarty and Yingchi already said. Thank you.
Just for clarification, this is where you're talking about putting in a bench?
Yes, in there.
Behind this?
That's the area, yes. Can you show the photo with the street tree situation too? Do you mind? Is that possible?
Yeah, it was right over here.
Yeah, so there you can see the first 2 street trees right there, yes. So you can see where the third street tree in line with the other 2 would make sense.
All right. Well, thank you again for your presentation. I do believe that I am probably viewing this more favorably than my colleagues. I like minimalist architecture. I'm not opposed to the blue color. It makes sense with Silicon Valley Bank's very sort of modern slant to what they do and what they provide in their services. However, I think that this overall application is lacking a certain amount of depth of thought. There's just another level of refinement that needs to be had here. Again, I agree with some of my board members have said in terms of the nods to the historic. Maybe we don't preserve the historic because they're not useful. They're not necessarily considered attractive anymore either. Some of these breeze blocks are a little bit out of date. However, making a nod towards those with a metal, laser cut something at the top level, that could be a way to go to get, again, some shading into the building from this glass facade to give a nod back to the history of this building. Doesn't need to be preserved, but it needs to be remembered. And again, you've got this sort of long blue stripe on the very left-hand side. Maybe there's a new mosaic that's installed there. Maybe there's something that's a little bit more elemental and again, a little bit more leaning back to the history of this building. Also a little concerned that some of these details haven't been quite thought out. in terms of the, what's happening on the ground level between the columns and the building itself. I just would like to understand where your thinking is on that better. With the parking, this long facade with these fins, I don't mind that it's all the same color. However, if there's the possibility for a planting strip there, maybe some vines growing on the side of the building, something like that could soften this facade, break it up, bring a little bit more life and warmth to this building, I think that would be a tremendous benefit without dramatically changing the architecture of the building. So
we do have landscaping on that strip in
And-
the plan. It's just not in this hand sketch.
not in
rendering.
this submittal.
No,
Okay.
in the submittal, just not on that hand sketch rendering.
Okay, because again, I sort of apologize because we're looking what we see on the landscape plan existing versus the proposed landscape plan. It is still showing the parking lot in the existing configuration. So I'm not, this parking layout and automobile circulation A1.43, it's still showing those parking spaces as slanted versus what you guys have on the screen there. And so I can see that it's there for a portion of the building. It looks like about half, 50% of that facade, which would make a dramatic difference, right? But in this proposal packet that we have in front of us, it's not shown. While I understand that it's part of your presentation, it's that extra level of depth that we sort of need to see before we can really give a firm and confident approval to this building. But as a whole, I like minimalist architecture. I think that it's clean. I think that it's nice. I do agree with my colleagues that the scale, once you remove that breeze block, really is much taller than its counterparts to either side. Not necessarily a bad thing. Some of these original historic photos show that it was open the whole time as well. So in that very, very early one with the where they're just, I can't find the page right now, but where they're showing the mosaic in the historical mosaic sheet.
That was just in my presentation.
Yeah, that was in your presentation then. That one, there's no breeze block. It's sort of all the way up, right? That one right there. So in our packet on
Yeah,
page.
I mean, those are just example images. Those are not, it's not not this actual building.
Got it. Okay, so that's not the exact same one. Okay, perfect. But when you look at it in scale next to the two counterparts, it does feel a little tall and it does feel a little imposing by comparison. So you've got the lower arched on the right. I see that one. I do see that one. And I'm not negating that one, but it does have an interstitial horizontal element that breaks that facade up versus this one that is just straight up and over. So something to consider. Maybe it's metal fins. Maybe it's a laser cut panel. Maybe it's something to just sort of be a little bit more evocative of the history of this building. That'd be my 2 cents on it. But overall, I think that it's a clean design. I think that it's a clever way to refresh a building that's very much in need of a refresh. And then my last, I should have asked this during the comment point, but the driveway on the right, is that part of the scope?
We're leaving it as is at the moment, not part of this.
Okay, understood. All right, well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, one little photo inside kind of intrigued me, and maybe it makes a statement about other aspects of the design. But first, thanks for the presentation as you have presented it. But I was very much intrigued by the shadow lines inside the building on page 106. The breeze block, what it does to the inside of the building, to modulate the outside sunlight and to create a kind of a texture in the inside of the building. It's really quite amazing what it was. You can imagine, if it were a full color picture of what that was like, the warmth of the sun coming through the screen and bouncing inside. So it created a kind of a wonderful patterny scale to the inside of the building. So it makes you think about what's happening outside, So I very much agree with Commissioner Chen's comments about scale. It's very important here. It's a very shallow portico area and very, very tall and kind of intimidating. And it's not at all like anything else on the street, really. So it's unique in that way. And it's also unique to have a bank. So now you have two different kinds of things happening kind of at the same time there, because the bank really ought to have something like that. But so I'm happy that you've changed the doorway, because it was one sort of outstanding problem with the face of the building. Otherwise, the proportions kind of very interesting, but the whole problem is once you go inside of that portico is just a tremendous height to it. Something needs to be brought down to human scale. So, I spent an evening eating dinner with my wife directly across the street this past weekend. And we spent most of the meal, and then afterwards to look at the building, kind of looking at the breeze block and finding it to be a really nice texture. Sorry to hear it's not maintainable. I kind of wonder that one of the reasons it's not maintainable is because people coming out of the front door to the bank, if it were an earthquake moment, might be damaged by it. So my thought was that why not just leave two? And well, that's a design thought. Keep the one in the middle, get rid of the one in the middle and keep the two sides. But, you can think about that. I think maybe structurally it's a problem to do it. I do think it's possible to structure them in some way to make sure you're satisfied that it isn't going to be a problem in the future. And I sort of look at the history of what Peter mentioned was the history of Palo Alto. We not only have the library, which has the Edward Durrell Stone blocks, we also have a couple of major buildings at Stanford, that the whole of the original hospital building, and there's a whole another college building that has the Durrell Stone blocks all the way up that dimension with long, very, very large light fixtures at a lower level. Not so sure that I like the decorative sense of that, but it's kind of dynamic, to say the least. And so Mr. Chen's comment is maybe something brought down lower in the inside the lighting is worth considering. I'm very concerned, as I mentioned, that the paving issues are kind of important too. And I think you've forgotten it. And maybe you could differentiate somehow the outside paving from the paving before you get into the door, with maybe a significant change in the concrete that reflects the shape of the building, because after all, it's not a part of the sidewalk. It is really a part of the building itself. So consideration of what you do there is very important for entering the building. So also there were some suggestions that were made that I thought if you're going to get rid of the breeze block, then you need to do something else in those openings. Maybe it's perforated metal. I don't know. You've already moved towards a kind of somewhat slightly industrial look to this. Then maybe perforated metal or some other system, and that's up to you guys to figure it out. But it's really lacking. If you're going to take away the breeze block, you need to do something. I'm very concerned with the graphics. Nobody's mentioned this, the SVB up there on that element in the front of the building. We've looked at a commercial building that has a band across the lower level, and where you enter and really can see the graphics. It's at the entry bay, the middle bay, and that you bring the bank's graphics down and not have them up at the top. There's not enough room up there. If you're going to put them up there, then you need to increase the area where those graphics are seen. If you look at any of the other buildings around California Avenue, those graphics are very clearly in larger format on the background of the buildings. And then again, Mr. Chen's comment, or everybody's comment, is it's a very low scale community there, and this building is quite different in that sense. So maybe the bank would like it because it really makes them stand out. But on the other hand, to be related to the rest of the community, you really need to bring things down. As to comments about the seating area, maybe it's not a great idea to have seating within the bank area there for lots of reasons. people spending the night there, et cetera. We know that that happens in various places around town. I wonder if you can design a bench where you take the seats in at night. But somehow or other that area, especially if you were to bring some stuff down lower, would sort of, to me, would be a friendly bank, a little different than just one that pushes the fact that it's one of the big economies of our country here, something that recognizes usefulness, because that otherwise that's a kind of a wasted space. So there's at least one side to the right side where you could do something like that. You could actually put some furniture there. I think it'd be a reasonable place, as well as, rather than outside of the area of the bank, within the bank, say, welcoming. This bank welcomes you to come in here. Maybe it's hard for the bank to buy that. You have to check with your client about that. But if not there, then the adjacent idea is not a bad idea. I think that Ozma's comment about the side walls, certainly applies to both walls. They should be equal in treatment. And don't forget the one that's going to be a drive-through, because, and that reminds me about the window. That little window is too small. You have a whole big area. You could open it up a little bit. I'm sure that there's a larger room behind there. I mean, you don't have to be governed by one little hole in the wall, big enough to put some money in and out. Make it big enough so you bring some natural light and air into the room that's there. This grid structure makes me think about more creativity in the grid. Maybe it doesn't have to come down as low, but some element of it that starts to bring the scale down, I think, is really important. And that could be consistent all the way across, and then maybe some space, and then a graphic with a logo, something like that, that brings things down. I think that sort of paving, yeah. I think that pretty much does. I'm sorry, I have the same opinion, basically, that it's not there yet. The project isn't there. So in a sense, bringing us a kind of a sketch idea here is enough for us to react to this way, and not having gone into all of the detailing that you would do later on. So that sort of sums up my opinion, and thank you for coming. And anybody have anything else to add?
Yeah, I will. I'm actually reminded of a project that we reviewed. Maybe this might have been before your time, David. We were asked to review the side of a building at one point. It was just the side of the building. The rest of the building had been already approved at some point at a previous time. And it was really just the side wall that was blank. And like we, the ARB, were asked to review the side wall for like character. And this side wall, it was like 3 stories up, and it was like you could see it from this part of the street, but it wasn't like this where it's like on the ground, very close to people. And so I think I just want to reiterate my comment about the side wall, that like we've been asked to review lesser priority walls for blankness. And I think it is important, given that maybe there's no building happening here, that this will be a really exposed wall, and it's an opportunity for something: mosaic, mural, more architecturally stuff. Maybe you've got some cool parametric design that makes its way around the back or something. But yeah, I just want to reiterate. And the other wall, like you say, David, that both of these walls are visible from the street, and we need to think about them.
Columns, emphasis on the columns, because it's very much a gridded building, so columns are very important here. So, and by the way, I think you show this drawing on the cover, and I can see the mechanical system up on the roof. I don't think you can see the mechanical system up there from this viewpoint. I don't think you'll ever see the see that. I kind of looked from a distance at which I thought you could see it. And from this side of the building, you have the trees. And from the other side of the building, you really are very close in. So you're back far enough. You could look at your angles and get that thing off the roof. Otherwise, we'll start talking about it.
I think we do have a hard stop at 2 p.m. Yeah, in about 15 minutes.
Make a motion.
So if there's a motion potentially.
Yes.
I'll move that we continue this project to a date uncertain.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Vice Chair Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
But that's not a total negative.
Yeah, we did already make the motion, but just in case the applicant has any questions, we may want to take those.
I mean, I'm not sure what else we can say or present at this time. We have investigated a mural. It was not part of the application, but it would take over the stucco portion of the front facade and wrap the side of the building. Again, an artist has not been identified at this time, so we didn't think we'd be able to present something. But absolutely, it's an element of the facade that we would like to enliven and bring that scale in. I saw your sketches there of additional joint lines also being considered. So thank you very much for your comments.
Which are we on? Project plans? No?
6, turn 1 page.
6? Okay. Approval of minutes, September 1st, 2022. Are there any comments? Have you all read? No?
Can I move that we approve the minutes as written?
Second.
Take a roll.
Vice Chair Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Minutes of September 15th. Minutes, draft minutes, September 15th, review board are available, blah, blah, blah. Any comments? I can't talk.
I'll make another motion that we move to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Vice Chair Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson.
I was absent, so I will abstain.
Okay. Motion carries 4-0-1.
Study session. This is the question. Park Boulevard.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can give you just a quick overview because I know people need to leave. Really, we do have a big project, coming soon, likely to have the formal hearings in December. But did want to get this on your radar. There are 2 versions of the Fry's Townhome project. There is the initial, and sorry, let me go to my packet pages. Packet page 160. So packet page 160, you do see that there is an older 91 townhomes that is on file. That's an SB 330 project, that limits us to the 5 hearings. However, that particular project has been put on hold. So the city is now looking at the 3200 Park Boulevard project it's really the same location, but the address does help keep them apart a little bit. So the 32 Park Boulevard, I don't see the number here, but I want to say it's 74 units of townhomes.
That's right. Yeah.
And that was part of a negotiation with Sobrato and the city. You know, there's lots of goodies included in that, a development agreement, such as, 3.25 acre of dedicated land. I believe there's some dollars, you know, to help build
5 million.
affordable housing, 5 million. So things of that nature. So that's the project that will be coming forward to you soon. And so this is the PTC staff report that I have attached. And this is really just so you can do some early homework and we can be ready when that project comes to us formally.
Jody, I received, did every board member receive from Claire the kind of description, which then can allow you to link into the drawings?
We do have websites for both of these, and I can make sure that gets out to everyone if it hasn't already.
Claire, right, Claire sent it to me, I got it, but I just wanted to make sure everybody got it, because it's a direct link into both of the presentations and shows the adjacent properties, et cetera, you know. So it's very kind of significant. And I would just emphasize that it would be, I think, important for us as a board to take a look at this soon, you know, that project, you know, so that we can get a sense of it, because it's a very, very big project, you know, probably the biggest in Palo Alto in the next couple of years, for sure, except maybe for whatever happens in San Antonio Road general vicinity. So, and this one is closer in and really significant.
I would like to ask, if I may, Chair Hirsch, or make a comment perhaps, is there any way we can get some collaboration going with the Planning and Transportation Commission on this project? As I look at the preliminary plans, I think there's a sort of a gap going on. They're very focused on legal issues regarding the development here. We're very focused on design issues, and there's this large middle ground of the site planning. It's a grid of buildings right now with the Paseo in the middle. And it seems to me that nobody's actually thinking about that physical planning design. Planning Commission seems to not want to engage with the design aspect of the physical aspect of it.
It's not, you mean Planning Commission, the PTC.
The PTC. By the time it comes to us in December, it's too late. Those decisions have been made, and we've been through this before. And Jody, is it possible to have either a joint meeting with the PTC or have the chairs of our boards get together or do something so we can try to get a integration between our boards? I know when I meet independently with members of the Planning Commission, there's a strong desire on both sides to work together more, to collaborate. And I think this is a great example of where the sooner we could do that, the better. I know it's more burden for the staff, but I'm asking if there's any way we could reach out to the PTC and see if there's a way to work together. So it's just a comment I'm making based on having reviewed the plans earlier, which is why we have
Put you right in the middle, Jody.
Yes, this is going, the PTC did continue their hearing to October 26th.
Yeah.
And so they will be hearing it again. You know, nothing prevents us, the ARB, from sending a representative. Nothing prevents you from attending as an individual or talking to the PTC as an individual. I think, you know, but we do need to keep in mind that this project has been highly negotiated with the developer and the city council.
I think everything I'm saying is well within those parameters. And I do not want to try to question the result of those negotiations. My intent is more that there's a middle ground of design that I think was not part of the negotiation, which the developer just made an initial presentation. And it seems to be that that's what's going to be done all of a sudden without any real planning behind it. And that's what I'm trying to see if is it possible for you, Jody, to ask the Planning Commission, would they somehow like to get our input at these meetings in any sort of a formal way? So it's not just one of us standing up saying our opinion, but rather have us appoint a committee to go to their hearings in a way that's more involved.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of additional comments on to what Peter's saying here. Maybe as sort of an extension of the thought. I thought it would be a good idea for us to look at the project and have our own study section where we look to broader aspects of our review of projects of this scope and think about priorities that really need to be addressed one way or another. And then we would really have an agenda to go to PTC and talk to them and say, these are some of our agenda items. It's interesting because I think it's a kind of a misnomer to call them the PTC, planning and transportation, because from our perspective, you would look at planning as being a pretty broad look at a project, but they really don't do that. And Jody's pointed out that they look at other aspects of the project, not specifically physical planning. So
yeah, the PTC is looking at some physical planning, but mostly legislative aspects of the project. Yes.
Is there any appetite on the board to create a subcommittee to look at the physical planning aspects of this and then try to attend the PTC meetings and provide input or feedback or see if they want feedback?
Can I suggest that I'm making a little different suggestion? I'm saying that perhaps in the next week we could have a look at the presentation and meet as a study session in the interim period and discuss the project. Would everybody be interested? Would anybody be interested in doing something like that?
Are we allowed to have a closed meeting of just us discussing a project?
It's a study session, just pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
It is now, see, one of the problems is, right, it's an official application at this point. So it's in as an application. And we can't, Albert would have to come into the study, our discussion here, whether or not it's possible for us to have a study session where we discuss generalities about projects like this.
I mean, if you're talking about a generality of site planning that is more related to, objective standards, that's a little bit different conversation. That's a more general conversation where this, but then we have to be careful because when you have a pending project, you can't talk about pending projects without, it being advertised and those sorts of things.
That would mean that maybe there would have to be a committee of just two people to study this, Peter. And I find that that could be a problem. Just two people.
I'm just trying to find any way to get
to
sit at the table here. I think two of us as a subcommittee is something the five of us could appoint. If we all felt that way, we could do it. And then that subcommittee could go to this hearing and say their piece. And we don't need to have staff put us on an agenda and prepare a report. And I don't think they're going to do that because we don't have an application. The applicant hasn't.
No, we haven't
made
an
an
application.
application.
No, that's really not
They
true.
haven't made an application for architecture review, so I don't know how we
No,
would
but
jump into.
yes, they have made an application.
There is a pending application.
It's
It's
official.
Yes, it's a rezoning that includes architecture review.
So what I'm really asking from a high level, Jody, is that we get involved earlier to have an impact on the physical planning of this huge development.
I completely hear that. I understand the precedence of the Bayshore project. I think this one's a little bit different in that it is a negotiated development agreement with council.
Yes.
So.
I'd love it if not just David and I were pushing on this.
Peter,
We have 5 members on the board.
Yeah,
Everybody else
exactly
agree
right.
that this is
We've been
important.
doing the pushing.
I guess
so
that would be helpful to have a straw poll of.
Yeah, let's have a.
No, I would feel really good if I knew that either everybody was with us or I should just shut up.
No, you shouldn't shut up, but but let's talk about the possibility.
I would agree that it's a very important project. It is probably, potentially the most important project of the next few years in Palo Alto. It is a massive site. It's right in the middle of Palo Alto. It's a space we all know very well. That being said, I want to be careful about where our purview starts and stops. I do like the idea of having a subcommittee that's keeping an eye on it and reporting back. Do I think that all 5 of us should be jumping into PTC's sort of turf? I'm a little more hesitant about that. But I do support the idea of a subcommittee engaging early and keeping an eye and sort of reporting back. As much as that's sort of allowed to happen, I guess is my question. And again, as a newer board member, I'm not sure where the legality on this sort of stands as to how much we're allowed to do versus how much we're not allowed to do. So I guess that's probably part of my hesitation is I do want to keep an eye on it. I do want to get involved early to the extent that we are allowed to and the extent that it would be appropriate.
Yeah, and I guess I'm concerned that there's not a lot of time there. It seems like there's a lot of time between now and December, but there really is not. And so I think just, that's why I wanted to get you this report. So it's coming so that you can do some homework. You certainly have the ability to send me questions. If you see something that, seems way off, I mean, as board member Balte was saying earlier today about the El Camino guidelines and the, parking frontage, if you see something to that degree, then let us know, like, hey, what about this? How is the project meeting this guideline? Now is the time to send us those emails. I think that might be a better way to handle this.
You have to, she needs to head out, so I want to give her a chance to chat.
Yeah, I think this one would be a big, important project, and it might affect lots of things such as the objective standards because it's the housing-related project. So I think it will influence lots of things in the next few years or many years. So I think in some format, it's good for us to be involved in the early planning phase and also to discuss more about the design possibilities and try to make things look good. Yeah. But in what format? I'm not so sure. Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry, I have to go. so-
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, do you want to say anything before you leave? Okay, I'll go really quick and then maybe we adjourn because I don't want to say too much. I think Jody makes a good point that I personally don't see any issue with any of us going to a PTC meeting and saying our piece. And I think it's good to encourage our board members to do that. I do, and I had this issue earlier on is I could be open to a subcommittee that keeps their eye on it and brings issues up to the board, maybe in announcements or in emails. I would just be concerned that, our board is 5 wide. And sometimes when there is a subcommittee like this, I have a concern that they'll push the design in a direction that maybe the rest of the board's not comfortable with. And that our purview is architecture in general. So those are my sort of 2 concerns, but I think empowering this board to go to the PTC and follow this thing and put input then, so it's all in the public record is a good thing. So that's kind of where I am right now.
Yeah, this isn't an informational item, so no vote is necessary.
Maybe we don't need to do a motion now. Maybe we don't need to do a motion now.
And you can talk about ad hoc. We've been saying subcommittee all day, but it's really ad hoc committee nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And that can be done at a later date as well. So. No. Yes, definitely. Please leave.
Are we adjourned?
Yes, we should adjourn.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.